I've been delaying posting this, as it seems very abnormal, and I could be overreacting. However, to begin, I'll quickly go over the type of person my uncle was. He was a very prolific Republican-following person. Just before his passing, his wife left him, and the only reason the rest of the family believed she did this was because of his almost obsessive cult-like belief in the occult. He would go hours lecturing us on the deep state and Bill Gates vaccine theories. Mostly, I found them to be funny. I would often see him while I went fishing, and he would be carrying a black Bible with a red trim. I remember him telling me it was a gift from one of his old friends, but I always had a sense of unease whenever I saw the book. It would make me feel very uncomfortable, and I could feel my stomach drop with anxiety. It affected me so much that it still makes me shudder when I think of it. Currently, it's in the attic in a large cupboard box, as we haven't moved or sold most of his belongings yet due to COVID. Almost 17 months after my dear uncle was involved in a collision while drunk driving, he went on an alcoholic rampage after his wife left him, I received a message from his phone number almost a week ago. I thought perhaps that the number had been deactivated as it hadn't been used since his passing. The message was weird to say the least. It was just a string of letters. The text was 412-6521-783-4125. I found it very unsettling as I still have the phone and SIM card, and I know they haven't been interacted with since the accident. The numbers seemed to be incredibly familiar to me when I got the text and had a bad feeling about it. So I checked the attic, and the number almost is a complete match of the book number on his old Bible, with only the 6 being replaced by a 7. To be honest, it could be nothing, but if anyone has any theories, I'd be happy to hear them. Ghosts are the outcome of events that have been imprinted on a specific location. They reflect on the specific moment over and over again, transcending the barrier of time. They're not alive, unaware, and not spirits. I have 2 criteria for something to be a spirit. That is, being a single intelligence with agency and having the ability to comprehend. The media portrays human spirits in denial of their deaths, lingering, attached to homes and people. Human spirits don't have the ability or power to influence our world in this way, let alone spirits tethered to their earthly ambitions. Inhuman spirits have existed since the evolution of man, immortal and unstained by having a body. They can influence the physical world and by nature choose to destroy. Ghosts are not inhuman spirits, yet disturb us here physically. They wander, tethering themselves to old memories, and living a repeated cycle from their life before. Ghosts represent those who lived despite not being actual spirits. So what are they? To explain this, I'd like to briefly discuss 2 things. The first is time, and the second is emotion. Then together, and their connection to the 4th dimensional space. Time was created to 3rd dimensionally comprehend the splices we experience as the present. It doesn't exist in the 4th dimension because there, everything we experience here is a single form of existence, or in better words, it's happening all at the same time. The strength of our emotions transcends the barrier of time, meaning in the terms of the 4th dimension, every emotion has the potential to be felt before and after the emotion is created. This can explain things like déjà vu and cursed historical energy. But if our emotions have the ability to transcend time, why don't we feel those transcendent emotions everywhere, all the time? When it comes to feeling emotions, some are better translatable than others. This is less a talent of the psyche and more on the emotion itself. When you walk into work and nothing appears different, however, there is an atmosphere that makes you uncomfortable. Then later you find out at the time your boss was firing an employee in the back room. We feel emotions often in our present lives that they're strong enough. So how do our emotions become fourth dimensional? They have to be strong enough. When we encounter ghosts and hauntings, these are the emotions that are strong enough. There are calm and angry ghosts, however. The most common types of ghosts are the latter: upset, angry, or evil. Hate and anger are extremely strong emotions. In the current moment, an event of raw and powerful anger would result in negative energy, slamming doors, stomping, and breaking objects. People report paranormal encounters of women laughing, pianos playing, knocking on doors, etc., which can all be signs of an event where raw happiness was experienced. It's also the reason sights of murder and extreme sadness produce ghosts. I was raised in a sheltered, religious, but scientific household, and it was all a big part of my childhood structure. As I learned how to speak, I also started talking about my imaginations, like all children do. It would only make sense that some of them would involve things related to religion. But in between my development and imagination, I witnessed contingencies I could never mistake for a child's imagination. I've only had one experience where I was personally targeted by something. I was 11 years old and home alone. I was part of a swim team and was at a meet all weekend. I had come home to the house empty, and this wasn't uncommon. My family was fairly active on the weekends, going on hikes and camping trips. When I got home, I had gotten ready for bed, did some reading, and attempted to sleep. Every time I started to fall asleep, I would feel something rack my body, like a strong pulse waving of anxiety, forcing me back awake. This happened 3 or 4 times, with the feeling of dread increasing each time. After an hour of becoming progressively paranoid, I remembered some unsolicited shaman advice my mom's crazy friend had told me. The summary of their friendship was she cornered my mother at a church event and forced them to be friends. Aggressive, but it worked. She was loud, opinionated, and claimed to see demons and visions. She watched us for a week when my parents went to Hawaii. I overshared information about how my parents argued sometimes. She told me they were arguing because they had evil spirits affecting their emotions, and that the next time I heard them arguing, I needed to walk straight into their room with my arm up to the square, saying, "In the power of God I rebuke thee." So at home, all alone, I climbed out of bed, stood in the middle of my room, and raised my arm. However, when I did, the feeling of dread became so strong I could barely stand. The pulses were debilitating, as if I had a maxed subsystem in my chest instead of a heart. I didn't hear myself when I rebuked whatever was in my room, but after I did, it stopped immediately. Then, a figure stood in front of me, but I could see it clearly in my dark room. Darker than darker. Positioned staring at me. I can only explain it like someone dressed in a black morph suit, blurred from terrible video resolution. I could feel disappointment from it, and it shook its head slowly to emphasize it. I turned away from me, through the windowed wall towards the outside of my house. After it left, I stood there recovering. Then I remembered I hadn't brushed my teeth, so I went and brushed them, fixed my bed sheets, and just went back to bed. I didn't give it up much thought the next morning, or even for the next few years. I remember bringing it up once offhandedly to my mom, and she said that I needed to stop telling my stories like they were real, because that would make them lies, but she thought it was a cool story. And that was it, until 3 years later. My dad moved and my mother's crazy friend was watching us for their trip to Hawaii. I talked about my parents' relationship and she gave me advice about how to get rid of the spirits that were influencing them. It sat wrong with me. That's when I remembered back to the figure in my bedroom. My parents hadn't gone to Hawaii and my mom didn't know her crazy friend either. I had used advice from a memory I didn't have yet. And then I remembered how terrifyingly wrong that night was. How I had been metaphysically attacked, performed a ritual I don't know existed, stood in the presence of a vibrating shadow man, watched him phase through my wall on the second story to the outside, and just went back to bed. It took years for me to fully grasp what happened that evening. Since then, I took what I saw and started tearing it apart, analysing it. At the time of my transcendent epiphany, I had another where I have more than most when experiencing these phenomenons. The result led to me grow fascinated with abstract reality. I wanted to know how I could make this make sense. So I began researching, looking for explanations, and expanding my talents. I ended up practicing under a spiritualist who continues to teach me. My dad moved into a house in the middle of the woods about 2 years ago, and I moved in with him soon after to help him get around and take care of the house and whatnot. Side note, it's an old house on land that Native Americans heavily inhabited, in the south. Honestly, this house is really weird. The first night I spent here, I was woken up by a woman whispering, "Is anyone home?" right next to me as I was about to fall asleep. My dad didn't believe me when I told him the next day. It's taken a while to get used to living in the deep woods, but something about this property is off. There's been more than a few times where I've actually felt a heavy presence, almost like someone is standing right behind me. I have a cat who I rely on to alert me when there's someone approaching my room, and there have been times where he's alerted me, but nobody was there. Other times he stares at the same corner of my room with an expression that tells me he can see something I can't. There's been more times I can count where I'll be leaving a room and a cabinet will slam, or it sounds like something was moved behind me. It sounds silly, but it's odd enough for me to notice. I've mentioned it to my father, but he didn't think much of it, until early this AM when he woke up and went downstairs to find the basement flooded. Somehow, the shower in the basement was turned on and the drain had been clogged. Neither of us used the shower in the basement. He's now fully convinced there's a ghost in the house. So, I've recently returned to the home where I grew up for my entire life. And I've always known there was something paranormal in that house, but I didn't realise the extent of it until leaving and coming back. So to preface, I used to have extreme night terrors almost every night in that house, but I just chalked it up to being a kid who was easily scared and having it bleed over into my sleep. But upon returning and staying for a while, they were back and worse than before. The first night I dreamt that I had woken up and that something had crawled across my feet and was grabbing me and trying to pull me. The second night was worse in my opinion because the pulling continued, but something was standing at the foot of my bed and was so tall its head hit the ceiling. I couldn't make out features, but I knew it was staring at me. And on top of that, my vanity mirror had lights shooting in and out of it and what looked like hands coming out of it. I've had many experiences in that home besides that, and I have been grabbed many times while being fully aware and awake. My mom also had extreme night terrors and would see humanoid figures crawl across her ceiling and into her closet. A side note about my room, there has always been a cold spot at the end of my bed where I saw the figure standing. And no matter what time of the year, it's always there. Also, when I was growing up, we had multiple dogs and cats and all of them avoided my room and would only go in if forced to. And if locked in, would whine and cry and scratch at the door and would stare at me absolutely nothing. The entire house had a bad feeling, but my room was by far the worst. I didn't know what it is. And would like to know any thoughts and opinions, please. The first one was a scene that would play in my brain early in the morning. It would happen completely outside of my control, like someone was flipping a switch. It was a small snippet of our family. My brother and I with our father standing behind us. Our mother would be standing a few feet away, hysterical with tears, trying to sing "What a Wonderful World." But due to the intensity of the crying, the words would be stuttering and unclear. It seems pretty tame now, but when I was young, it left me feeling totally freaked out and anxious. Now, I am willing to concede that this may not have been paranormal. My parents' marriage wasn't great, and as such, and there wasn't physical abuse, I've come to learn that my mother is a narcissist who uses emotional manipulation to get what she wants. I can wholeheartedly imagine that this image was a reaction in my own brain to my mother's behaviour and not necessarily anything spooky. However, the experience that followed this strange scene, usually, not always, has a far darker connotation. After the image of my mother's breakdown singing dissipated, I would look around at my bedroom wall to be met with a face protruding from it, as if the face itself had morphed from the wallpaper. It was white, with black pupils in its eyes. It spoke in a low voice, always rapidly, and always said the same 3 nonsense words. I wouldn't know how to spell them, and after several attempted searches, have no clue as to what they might mean. Anyway, my best guess is Owa Ninja Toby. They look silly written down, to be sure, but as a young boy still in nursery, they were terrifying words. As I approached the age of 35, I still refuse to say them out loud. The last thing I want is to see that face again that sent me running through to my parents' bedroom in tears. We moved out in 1991, the year I started school, and it never appeared in our new home. I went back to the house with my mum when she visited the new owner, which would have been in late 96, early 97. I stayed in the hallway, not wanting to venture into any room in case I should once again encounter whatever it was that had haunted my childhood. At the time, I was struggling. My parents had divorced in the couple of months before the visit, and my emotions were all over the place. Before we left, I took a few steps forward to look into the old living room and the playroom beyond, which was now a dining room. As I moved past the kitchen, I saw it emerge above the countertop. As I locked eyes with it, I expected to hear the usual nonsense words. Instead, it just stared, with a stern, menacing look. I walked slowly backwards and out of its line of sight. Since then, I've never seen it. After a few years, I began to think it must be my own mind expressing psychological stress. The childhood my brother and I shared was not a stable one. There was a lot of shouting and tension, which only got worse after our parents split. My brother and I were both affected by it, and we both bear scars. It made sense to me that when I was so young, the only way my brain could cope with something like that would be to personify it and give it a face. Cut to October 2005. My brother and I are watching Most Haunted live with my mum. It's Halloween night, and we get to tell some spooky stories. My mum tells us about the transparent people she used to see in her room as a child, going in and out of her wardrobe. She told the story without any fear, saying that it became a natural occurrence after the initial shock. It weirded me out, because I had slept in that same room in my grandparents' house, thankfully not having ever seen anything. I was building up to recounting my story. As a child, when the apparitions were at their height, I had been warned not to tell my brother. He was 2 years younger and would not have coped with the fear. However, I felt that a 17-year-old would cope a little better than a toddler. I opened my mouth to start the tale, and my brother cuts in. He then spends the next 5 minutes telling my mother and I about the face he used to see on the bedroom wall in the old house. He even said the words. My first look was to my mother. I could only believe that my brother had told her as I had, and that she had kept it from both of us to avoid winding each other up and scaring each other all the more. She was as shocked as I was. She remembered clearly my experience, the tears, the early morning freakouts, the reluctance to sleep in my own bed. My brother had never mentioned it. He had written it off as a bad dream, and though he may have been upset by it, he had never fully disclosed details to either of my parents. When I told him that I had also seen it, he became quite despondent, clearly shaken by the thought that it might not have been a nightmare. My brother's a grown man now and a father, and a confirmed atheist with a strong disbelief in anything spiritual. He still refuses point blank to discuss anything to do with the face, and visibly pales when the subject comes up. Hearing my brother tell the same story left a lasting impression on my emotions, and has forever altered my perception of what may well have been a haunting, perhaps even a demonic infestation. I share it here to invite comments and opinions. I'm open-minded about interpretations and points of view regarding what it might have been and where it might have come from. I might never get a definitive answer. However, I thought it would be fun to get outside opinions. About 8 years ago, my family moved into a new house that was abandoned halfway through, building it. I was so excited because I finally would get my own room. I was 10 when we moved in, and I had 4 younger siblings. Big family. After getting settled and living in the house for about a month, my family paid a casual trip to my grandparents' house that was only about 5 minutes away. Now, I've been to their house thousands of times, and even lived there when my parents were looking for a home. There was nothing out of the ordinary here, except it was a mansion in the middle of a ranch. It went as any other evening would go, and my dad buckled us kids up in our minivan. He walked back to the front porch to say goodbye to Grandma and Grandpa with my mom. While sitting in the van, I noticed a man standing on the balcony above us, just staring at me, through the window, directly above my parents. I nudged my sister and pointed, and she saw him too. We laughed and waved, thinking it was my grandpa, but he didn't smile back. We didn't think anything of this, and when we got home, my sister brought it up to my mom. She panicked, telling my dad to call the police, thinking that someone broke into their house. I told them it was Grandpa, but they responded, "No, Molly, we were talking to both Grandpa and Grandma on the front porch, remember?" I was immediately confused, but after the sheriff came by, a quick inspection pushed all anxiety out the door, and we never talked about it again. But things only got worse from then on. I felt like a person was breathing down my neck at every waking moment. I saw orbs in the bathroom mirrors and couldn't go in there without the door open. I started asking my mom really strange questions like, did someone die in this house? And when she said the home was brand new, I would ask her, well, did someone die while building this place? Of course, my parents thought nothing of this and ignored all the red flags. About a year later, I was home alone watching my siblings, and they all fell fast asleep on the couch watching a movie. Suddenly, I looked up to see a figure. No, a small child on the stairs, just staring at me, holding the bars, crouched down. My heart lurched into my throat as I whipped my head around to count my siblings. I called my mom, begging her to come home, so they did. But while I waited, the child never moved. I tried to tell my mom what happened, but she claimed it was a dream or my imagination. It hurt to know I was really alone in this. Things just kept getting so much worse though. I would have panic attacks late at night, hallucinations of people chasing me and trying to kill me. I walked all over the house, and always ended up over my parents' bed just staring at them. I had a reoccurring dream of a spirit taking me away from my family, dragging me out of my house. I would see people out of the corner of my eye, and of course, more horrid incidents occurred. One night, while I was asleep, when I heard my door creak open. Now, let me explain the layout of my childhood bedroom. My bed was centered in the middle of my room, with a desk on one side and a 16-gallon fish aquarium on the other. The aquarium lit up my entire room, so it was never dark. I had a dresser across from me with a door across from my aquarium. I heard the door creak open slowly and I jolted awake, staring at the door. The child walked in, but there was something seriously wrong. It was pitch black, a silhouette, with ragged hair and a nightgown on. I know, typical demonic stuff. I had never been more petrified in my entire life. I could move or scream or anything. The thing walked slowly until it reached my aquarium only a foot away from my head. I lifted an arm and tapped the glass, then started rocking back and forth. I pulled the covers over my head and tried to breathe. I was terrified. I don't know how long I was under the covers, but after what felt like hours, I peeked to see nothing there. But my door was still wide open. I lunged out of bed and ran all the way down to my parents' room below me. I screamed and cried, trying to convince them what happened, but they insisted it was my sister. I refused to step foot in my room for days. A week later, I finally felt better about the incident. My dad and I rearranged all the furniture in my room to make me feel safe. My bed was in a corner, my desk was turned around facing my room, and the aquarium had a dim light so I couldn't see my room. I was changing into a paranoid little girl who could barely step foot into her own home. My mom noticed too. She was worried, but thought my anxiety was getting worse because I was having panic attacks every other night, screaming about deranged dreams I'd had. Finally, one morning, my dad called everyone into the living room, very pale and very serious. "I have something to tell you," he said, "but I don't want you to be scared. It's over now." He went on to tell us about the night prior. He was woken up by my mom, who left the room to check on the baby upstairs. Suddenly, he was covered by a dark mist that was pressing him into his bed, strangling him. He yelled, but no one heard him. He tried to fight back, but he was paralyzed. As a religious man, he used the power of God to command the spirit to leave and never come back again. My mom heard nothing when she came back. Once he finished, my 6-year-old sister came out with her own experiences. Yes, there's more, and again, it gets worse. My mom wasn't telling me things. My sister's friends, all of them, refused to step foot in her room. "I don't like that room," they would say. "There's something very bad in there." They would always ask to go home early and never wanted to come back. One of the kiddos claimed that a scary girl ran out of the closet and out of the bedroom, into the hallway and didn't come back. Even my sister had her own incident. There were 3 men telling me that I wasn't leaving. They were laughing at me. Even Maggie, who was only 3, was crying. So I crawled into her crib and covered her eyes. They never went away. I was shocked that I wasn't the only one, and no one was sharing this with me. I was angry and scared. Why would they not believe me? I was alone, dealing with this demon for years. So many questions have come into my mind. It was a demon, no doubt. Was I sleepwalking because I was possessed? Research concluded that for me. I indeed very possibly could have been possessed. Demons take the form of children. That explains the girl. Every time I share this story, the feelings come back and the trauma comes back. When I tell this to my friends, they cry. I revisit that night in my room when the spirit was only inches away, taunting me. This has scarred me for the 8 years that I've tried to move on, and I just can't. But why me? Why was it so obsessed with me? And why did it follow my family home? I guess we'll never know. When I was 9 years old, my family moved to a brand new house in Berks County, Pennsylvania. It was a new construction house, but the property was older, and there used to be old logging trails that people would cut wood down and drag it down. For the first few years, everything was fine. Nothing crazy that I can remember. When I was about 12 or 13, I started noticing weird things. I would be downstairs in the basement. The dog would be lying next to me, and I would hear people walking upstairs while nobody was home. I remember one time I went to take a shower and kept hearing somebody walk past the door. I was convinced somebody was in my house trying to rob it. I opened the door, nobody was there. Fast forward to when I was in 7th grade. It was just after Christmas, and I'd gotten my first cell phone. I was up late texting my girlfriend, and I kept feeling as if somebody was behind me, watching me. I kept looking behind me to see nothing, until the last time I saw her. It was an old lady with long, shaggy blonde hair. I freaked out. The next thing you know, she was gone. A few months later, I had a friend come to my house. I was in the shower and told him to just come in and watch TV in the living room until I got out. I get out of the shower and my friend is pale white. I ask him what's wrong, and he asks if my grandmother or somebody else was at the house. I told him no. And he described that same old lady I had seen, and this was before I even told him. I sat down and told him the situation, and we were both freaked out. So after this, I didn't see her physically, but I remember being in 8th or 9th grade and waking up every night at the same time from a horrible nightmare. I forget the time now. In this nightmare, I would see the old lady and she would kill me in every dream, but in a different way. This absolutely freaked me out. After I had this happen, I told some of my closest friends and they started telling me they saw weird things at my house. Orbs in rooms, the old lady, bad dreams. I remember the one night, it was me and a buddy laying there. He was on the floor and I was on the bed. I felt something touch my leg and I jumped a little. At the same time, he jumped as well. I asked him why, and he told me something touched his leg. Now, I can't exactly say what happened. If the property was possibly haunted, or maybe something happened that triggered me to see this, I'm not sure, but whatever it was, creeped me the hell out. Yeah, growing up there was this white house that was on the corner of Euclid and Hazard I've always passed by. Ever since I was a little kid, this house was mostly vacant. If it were occupied, people would move out within 3 months. My mom told me when she moved from Vietnam to OC, she would always walk from her place to La Quinta, and kids would share different stories about the house. My mom told me the most well-known was this pregnant woman who was hit outside the house. She dragged herself onto the doorsteps of the house and started banging on the door. Nobody answered, and she died on the steps. Ever since then, the house has been haunted by the woman. What's weird is that there was this liquor store across from the house that was apparently haunted too. My mom told me when she was in high school, she would stop by and buy chips and shit, but the clerk would always look kind of shook. Since she was a regular, she asked the clerk if things were good. They said that weird shit started happening. She told me bottles of liquor would start being knocked over at night when the store was closed, and the clerk was losing money. What's sad is my mom told me the owner of the liquor store might have gone crazy. The liquor store was demolished and there's nothing but a plot of land there now. It's been empty for as long as I can remember. I'm 20 now, but I'm confident that the plot of land has been empty longer than I've been alive. Growing up, I was always curious about the house. My curiosity kinda shook me a little bit. When I was 18, I decided to go outside of the house and just try to see if shit would happen to me. Nothing happened, and I left because there was a family already living inside the house, and I didn't want them to call the cops on me. Now that I'm 20, it never occurred to me to try and check out that plot of land to see if there are any spirits. I hit up my buddy who's well versed in paranormal stuff. My buddy got some artemisia and clothes as an offering to the spirits. Another thing he bought was a wax candle and can of Budweiser. Gross. We drove there at around 11:30. When we got there, I showed my buddy the house first, and it's currently for sale, which was weird, since people have been living there for the past 3 years. At the time, we figured that the spirit had been at peace, but now that the family is moving out, we're assuming things are picking up again. After we checked out the house, we headed over to the plot of land. When we got there, I wanted to hop the fence to get into the plot of land, but my friend Reggie didn't want to get arrested. so we stood right outside where the fence ended. We actually started setting up at where the frame of the liquor sign was. It was still a part of the property, but just outside the fence. I forgot to mention, we already saw some people camping on the plot of land. My friend placed the Artemisia enclosed as an offering to the spirit. He placed the candle on the frame of the liquor sign and lit it. My friend raised a pendant and told me to hold his hand. We were trying to get the spirit to sway the pendant as a form of communication. The pendant didn't sway, but the fire from the candle kept on going out, but diminishing. It kept on diminishing. We asked if there was a spirit. If there was a spirit, diminish the flame. It diminished. We decided if it diminished the fire, it was a yes. We asked the spirit if it was connected to the woman hit in front of the house. No answer. My grammar is shit, but I'm gonna give the questions my friend I asked and the answers from what I remembered. Were you once a living being? No answer. Were you created by someone? Diminish. Do you enjoy our presence? Diminish. Are you connected to the woman that got hit? No answer. Are you an evil spirit? Diminish. This is when I started to almost shit myself a little. Mind you, the flame was standing still nearly the whole time. Also, cars passed by and looked at us like we were kooks. Did you knock over those bottles of liquor when the store was present? Diminish. I asked this next question as a joke to ease the tension. Are you racist? Diminish. Are you a Hispanic spirit? Diminish. Do you hate Asians? Diminish. We figured the spirit might have been created out of spite for the sudden flood of Vietnamese people in the 70s. I'm Asian. Those answers kinda cracked me up, not gonna lie. Things got kind of ominous after that. Do you want us to step on the plot of land? Diminish. Would we be safe on the plot of land? No answer. Would we get hurt on the plot of land? Diminish. Do you want to hurt us? Diminish. Can we return with more people? Diminish. Can we leave? No answer. Will we be safe driving back home? No answer. After that, my friend said a proper goodbye and lit the candle. I was way too spooked to continue, so we just fucking dipped. I drove my friend home, and nothing bad happened to us. We made it home safe. I have no clue if that shit was just a coincidence that the candle was diminishing, but too breezy of a night for the flame to be completely still and not go out after diminishing so much. I don't know. Guess I believe in ghosts now. There's something visiting me. I just keep tearing up for no reason every time I think about it. It's not sadness. My eyes just tear up for no reason when I think about it. Since December 2020, it happened 3 times. I can't fully remember which specific days it was, but I've just went to sleep and next morning when I wake up, I open my eyes and I can see this sun or flower-shaped black figure spinning on the wall. It was probably 5 by 5 inches big. I just open my eyes and I see it spinning, then slowly fading away into the wall. My brain is too slow to process it and I just ignore it. I've never tried to touch it or anything. I just keep looking at it until it disappears into the wall. It reminds me of a portal because of its sun shape and how it spins. When I see it, I have the feeling that it's alive and that it's trying to contact with me. It happened 2 times during the last weeks of December 2020, probably in a 5-day gap. Then it never showed up until somewhere around the 5th to the 15th of January 2021. In fact, a couple days before the figure showed up again in 2021, I had a really disturbing experience. I spent the whole night up on my computer, just watching random entertaining stuff on YouTube. Then I went to sleep at 6 AM. Once I laid down, I was struggling to fall asleep. My bed was all messy, so I started trying to fix my sheets with my feet. It seemed incredibly entangled, despite being 6 AM and some light was coming through the holes in the blinds. Everything was still almost pitch dark in my room. I was able to barely see my desk and everything around because of that foggy, dark blue morning atmosphere. I became anxious because I couldn't fix the damn sheets. I started feeling watched. I wanted to cover myself up, but I just couldn't fix it. Neither I wanted to sit down on my bed to grab the sheets, because the idea that something would be staring at me at the end of the bed was putting pressure on me. Then I started choking. I couldn't swallow, and I was also struggling to breathe. Then I started seeing disturbing faces around me. It was big white smiles, their mouth all distorted, and their eyes were small red circles. I just got so scared that I stood up and tried to run out of my bedroom. As I jumped off my bed, the faces were all around me like a 360 video. It was still dark, as I said, and I was really desperate, so I crashed into my desk. I broke my lamp and made all my books fall down from my desk. I stuck my hands to my closet by almost hugging it and tried to slide through it so I could guide myself to where I was. And then I felt my room door handle, so I just ran the hell out of there to my mother's bedroom. I sat on her bed and tried to wake her up, but she was too asleep. I just laid there next to her and I felt peace. I fell asleep next to her till around 10 a.m. She asked why I was there. I just said that I felt safe being next to her. After that, she woke up and left the room. I kept sleeping for some extra minutes. Then I just went back to my bedroom and saw all the mess on the floor that I caused while trying to escape. My lamp, my phone, plugs, wires, and my own sheets. It literally looked like a fight happened in there. It was already bright inside because of the time, so I just picked it up and opened my window and let the sunlight in. The air was fresh, and the sunlight felt warm and full of good energy. Everything felt peaceful, so I comfortably went back to sleep. Once I woke up, I remembered what happened, and I couldn't believe that really happened. It felt like a dream, but it wasn't. It did happen. Everything was okay for 2 or 3 days. Then, as I said, I saw this black figure on my wall when I woke up, and no, I don't have any mental illness. There is no register of schizophrenia in my family or anything. I don't know how to start this. About a few weeks ago, I had this growing red mark on the fold on my left arm. The pain aches like a heart attack in my arm. It started to get yellow crust on it too. I didn't want to go to the hospital because of the pandemic. I have awful medical phobia, if you will. I went to sleep and said, alright, I'll just sleep it off, as I do all the time when I'm sick or in pain, etc. I remember having a dream of my grandmother that passed away when I was 21. I'm 33 now, and she passed away in a nursing home from pneumonia and breathing-related stuff. I don't like to get too personal, but yeah. Someone that I lived with was awake and in the living room, I believe, and I was in the bedroom in bed asleep. I do not believe that the TV was left on, so I couldn't have picked it up in my dream or sleep. The dream was in a hospital or nursing home setting. My grandmother Martha was in a bed looking over at me. I've had dreams of her in the past that never scared me before, so I went on in the dream. There's only me, my grandmother, and a nurse. The nurse, a dark-haired female, 40s or 50s aged, I say, comes over to me sitting down with an IV pole with clear fluid in it. I start yelling, saying stuff like, no, I don't want it, I don't want to be here, etc. I don't want to die. My grandmother looks at me and says, you're going to die. My grandmother would never say those things to me in real life or a dream. I remember eating a dangerous or handful of Tums in my dream and becoming sick and vomiting. I don't really remember anything else. So I woke up in the start and almost kicked over a tiny fold-up table I had next to the bed with stuff on it. I go storming into the living room and the bathroom, all over my house. I end up telling the dream to someone I live with, and they don't know what to think. I went right to the phone, made an appointment, and told the person I live with that I'm going to urgent care. I can't wait. I get dressed and it takes me 2 minutes to walk to urgent care. I didn't know if it was COVID rash, stress, some other kind of skin thing that I already have, or worse. Long story short, they said I had cellulitis and gave me 2+ weeks of antibiotics and steroids. Was Nana warning me to get help that I so needed? Was it a warning from the other side, and she knew something I didn't? My grandmother helped me even though she passed away. Some of you may not believe that it's true, but it did happen, and I decided to share my crazy story. I can't myself believe it either. I helped Martha in life before she passed. Was it her turn to help me and return the favour? The antibiotics ended up increasing my ALT levels and had to get a blood test though. I was really scared something else was wrong with me or my liver. I asked Martha, is there something wrong? Please come to me and tell me. Sometimes nothing goes on. Am I okay? Nana did not come quiet. Fast forward, I got a note from my nurse saying the ALT is normal. Nana didn't say anything because she knew I was fine. To give a little background, my family, mom, dad, older brother and I, moved to Tennessee in 1995 from Mexico. We moved to a very old ranch-style home in Knox County and didn't realize that this home would be the site of some of the most harrowing and terrifying experience I've ever experienced. I'm convinced that many occurrences have been suppressed in my mind, but I want to share with you the memories I do remember. My hand is shaking as I type this out, as these experiences haunt me to this day and are not easy to talk about. The activity in the house first began with the usual paranormal stuff you hear about. Missing items, misplaced or moved belongings, strange creaks or noises around the house, nothing that can't logically be explained. It wasn't until we decided to add a room to the home about 4 to 5 months in that shit really began to hit the fan. I began to experience unusual things a few times a week, to almost every single night thereafter. To give some perspective on the layout of the home, upon entering, the living room is the first thing you see. To the left is a small hallway leading to my parents' bedroom. To the right of the living room is a very long and narrow hallway that leads to a guest room, then the room my brother and I shared for a short while. The hall ends with a bathroom and the entryway to the kitchen, an extra room, directly across from my brother and I's room. Essentially, my room was on the complete opposite end of the house from my parents' room. Anyways, now that the picture is set, I will describe several of my experiences. While my brother slept in the room, I would experience nightly terrors in which I would see someone standing at my doorway. It would never move, but the only way to describe it was a tall, shadowy figure with noticeably long, white, string-like hair. It would watch me several times a week, and I would feel so terrified that all I would be able to do is cover my head with my blanket and pray it would go away. I told my parents that I had seen after the first night, but they merely chalked it up as me having a bad nightmare. Typical. Eventually, it got to a point where I began to sleep on my side with a blanket over my head, with a small opening for me to look through. This continued for 2 years until my brother got his own room. That's when things really took a turn for the worst. I remember sleeping at night and seeing the same shadowy figure standing at my doorway. Feeling just as terrified as the previous time seeing it, I did the usual go and covered my face with my blanket, hoping upon uncovering myself, it would be gone. This time was very different. Upon uncovering my face, the same figure was standing in the room, merely feet from my bed. I panicked and covered my head again, wondering if I was going mad. Upon uncovering my head once again, I saw that it had gone, and with a sigh of relief, I turned onto my back. This was not a good move. Upon turning onto my back, I saw the same figure was now floating over my bed on the ceiling. I was on the top bunk, so you can imagine how close it was. The only way I can accurately describe this humanoid-like entity is that it looked like a mix of a grey alien and a very tall crypt keeper from that one show. The second I saw it, I covered my face once again and felt absolutely petrified with fear. I then felt the figure lay on top of me as I lay frozen on my back. I remember hearing it breathing, sounding like a quiet, almost asthmatic wheeze, and how cold its breath felt. I remember the distinct earthy smell emanating from its mouth as it breathed inches from my face, the only barrier being my blanket. It felt like I was past, frozen in terror, feeling completely helpless. This occurrence was something that began to happen almost every night, and only happened to me, maybe because I was the youngest. Throughout my time living in that house, things progressively got worse. I would be lying in my bed reading a book with all the lights on, when I would begin to hear scratching under my bed. I would peek under and be overcome with the same paralysis I would feel at night, and the feeling of the figure lying on top of me. I would feel it pull me off my bed and onto the floor in the middle of my room, and stare into my soul as I kept my eyes closed in sheer terror. My mom would later recount several times in which she would walk into my room and see me lying in the middle of the room on my back. She would ask me what I'm doing, to which I would essentially snap out of it and tell her I was fine, too scared to talk about what had happened. I remember if I slept on my chest, I would feel like a force would pick me up 2 to 3 feet by my shirt and drop me back onto my bed. This happens so often to this day that I'm reluctant to sleep on my chest, not because I'm afraid I'll be picked up. I'm now a 220-pound adult man, good luck. But because something in my subconscious mind tells me that it's not a good position to be in. My parents would tell me that I just had nightmares all the time, but they didn't realise this nightmare was something I experienced every night. Years later, having endured this every night, I began to see an additional apparition in the home. I began to see a young boy in the long stretch of narrow hallway that my bedroom was situated in. I would see him peeking out of different rooms at me while I was in the hallway, only to disappear out of sight into rooms, only to see he had disappeared upon my investigation. That would be the extent of my interaction with him, but I would see him often and only during the daytime. The apparition did not appear to be malicious, unlike the other figure that tormented me at night. He gave me the impression that he was merely an observer, which was comforting in a way, that this ghost didn't want to mess with me, unlike that crypt keeper entity. Over a decade later, now living in Atlanta, I decided to look up the address on Google Maps to show a friend and noticed that the home was now the site of a home business. Upon seeing that, I decided that I would reach out to them out of curiosity and see if they had any similar experiences. The business would later reply, saying that they had never had more electronic issues in the home than anywhere they had ever been, and that strange things occurred frequently. He told me that his wife and kids complained about seeing a little boy wandering around the hallway and was scared to live in the home. The man also described seeing a tall shadow occasionally when he was working in his office, which actually turned out to be my old bedroom. He told me he always felt like he was being watched and felt generally uneasy in that room in particular. What is peculiar about this is that I had not described any of my experience prior to him telling me this, yet our stories appeared to line up. I showed my parents the message thread I had with this business, and it was then that they confirmed that they believed the house was haunted. They didn't want to say anything that would scare me even more and tried to bury it under the guise that I was having nightmares. My mother said that she would see the same little boy wandering around the kitchen and hallway, and she always felt that feeling of being watched when no one was home but her. Neither of them had seen the tall figure, and it seemed it was focused on me. The experiences I had in that home are permanently burned into my mind, and I will never forget that tall, wire-haired figure that constantly picked me up, laid on me, and pulled me around, terrifying me to the core. I do not plan on ever returning to that home, and I pray no one who has the misfortune of living there experiences what I did on a nightly basis for 6 fucking years. I've always been curious about deep hypnosis and what it may reveal to me, but I'm equally terrified to remember events that my own mind deemed too traumatic to keep in my conscious mind. So as a child, about 7 years old, my parents bought a house and we moved. It always creeped me out, but also sometimes gave me an odd calming feeling like I belonged there, which was arguably way more creepy. Very quickly, I noticed when alone or in the dark, but sometimes also with people, I would experience an intense feeling in my back, like when someone is staring at you from behind. It would make the hair on my neck stand up and give me goosebumps. I used to be so scared that I would run out of the room, keep my back away from doors or windows, and always keep the lights on as a way of being able to see if someone was actually suddenly watching me. Still experience it in adult life. It just doesn't scare me now, and it's way less intense. I started suffering from horrific night terrors, sleep paralysis, dreams within dreams, and one time shared an entire dream with someone. The dreams almost always had a common theme of something or someone violently coming after me. After a long time of dealing with this, I started rewinding dreams when they became nightmares and changing details. That seemed to stop the nightmares, or at least turn them back into decent dreams. One night, as I was sleeping, I had a very annoying feeling that kept bothering me. I was awake, but tired and wanted to go back to sleep, so I kept trying to sleep through it, and I kept my eyes shut. I thought the light in my room might have been on, that I'd fallen asleep without turning it off. The kind of feeling where you're annoyed, but not enough to open your eyes and fix it. After a few moments, it kept bugging me, so I opened my eyes. To my immediate horror, there were people in my room. They were standing under the window facing my direction, dressed in black cloaks with hoods, and I couldn't see their faces. The one in the centre had a black book opened, and they were all chanting what sounded like "Alalala ja ja ja." No idea how to spell that. A chill went down my spine and I was frozen in terror. I wanted to scream, but I didn't want them to know I was awake or that I was looking at them. I was scared they were going to hurt me. At the foot of my bed was the light, and I wanted to reach for it and turn it on. But I was frozen with fear. Very quickly, I'd noticed the one in the centre looked up from the book directly at me as they all stopped chanting. Immediately I screamed and threw my entire body to the foot of the bed, hit the light and fell back into the corner. Instantly, they were gone. I wanted to run down the stairs, but I physically couldn't. All I could do was shake and cry with my back in the corner. My mom came running upstairs, wrapped her arms around me, trying to comfort me, and asked what was happening. I wanted to tell her, but I physically couldn't. After a little bit, I gathered some strength and ran down the stairs, jumped over the couch, and hid, looking at the stairs. She followed me down, and after a little bit, I calmed down enough to tell her. Weird stuff happened to me constantly after moving to that house, even when at other places. I've experienced stuff moving on its own, TVs powering on and off by themselves, radios suddenly powering on, the volume turning up and then mysteriously powering off, light bulbs exploding, even a cable box that would channel to 666 and turn off every time it was powered on. Just all kinds of stuff. This stuff doesn't really faze me anymore. Anyways, I thought you all might find my experience interesting. I've done some research trying to figure out what book they might have been reading from, or what language they could have been chatting. According to Google Translate, it might possibly be ancient Hebrew, but I honestly have no idea, because spelling it seems impossible. What are all your thoughts? Have you all ever heard or witnessed anything like that? This experience happened when my wife and I stayed in Banff National Park for the week back in September. We've always paid a visit to this beautiful landscape, whenever we visit my folks in Calgary, Alberta. Although, we didn't think we would have a paranormal experience this time around. We try to do excursions that we haven't done yet every time we make a visit. A mix of touristy things and non-touristy stuff. Near the end of our trip, we were scheduled to visit the Cave and Basin, which was a 7-minute bus ride from Banff town. We decided to go upon opening so that we can avoid the crowds and have lots of time to do other things on our list that day. Bit of info for those who haven't been to the Cave and Basin, or Banff for that matter, is from what we read is a kind of museum where they show how Banff was rediscovered by Canadian railway workers back in 1883. Rediscovered because this national park was, and still is, a sacred land for Indigenous people. It's been like this for centuries before it was rediscovered. We came into the entrance of the tunnel to the cave, where these railway workers are said to have dug through and discovered a large sulphur well. This sacred cave was used by Indigenous people as a place for healing. Going through the tunnel is dark and its only light source is above the well itself, where the sunlight peeks through. It was quiet and eerie walking through the dark tunnel. I could hear whispers even if we were the only ones going in. Then, something told my wife not to look into the water in the well. She said after that she may not have liked it if she looked down there. We didn't stay too long in the cave, as it started feeling claustrophobic, and the smell of sulphur was unbearable. My wife told me that what she felt when we came out of it. I told her that I did not see anything, and I looked into the well myself. Little did I know at the time that this creepy experience wouldn't end there. Next, we continued the tour and made our way to the top of the building, where a bridge connects the museum to the forest of Sulphur Mountain. As we crossed over, we saw a small cabin that served as lodging for the railway workers back then. We were right above the cave that we were just in about half an hour ago. The cabin was surrounded by a large forest ascending up the mountain, and right when my wife was reading information about this cabin, I felt a dreadful feeling. A feeling I'm familiar with when there's a spirit or entity in the midst. It also felt like there's a number of people watching over us, even if it was just the both of us up here. As I looked from left to right, my eyes were drawn to the tall trees at the far back. And there, I saw a dark entity so massive and tall that it stood as tall as the tree beside it. Though I couldn't see its face, I knew it was staring at us, as if guarding the area. It didn't feel like a ghost, but a spirit entity that felt so old, maybe as old as the forest itself. I felt that we weren't welcome here anymore. I then mentioned to my wife that we cut our time here and we left with haste. It was only after we left the grounds that I told my wife what I saw. Seeing an entity like that was understandable, knowing how sacred that place is for Indigenous people. So whenever you get the chance to visit Banff or these national parks, learn the history, respect the land, its people, and the unseen guards. I am now 29 and work as a security guard doing nights in the UK. The site I usually do my duty at is in the northwest of England, but I won't give the name of the site or specific area to keep my job secure. This is going to be a long-winded post, but I'm confident that anybody interested in the paranormal will be satisfied. So here goes. So I was in the army at the time, when one of my closest friends landed this job first. He was always a very hardcore skeptic, but started to tell me that he was experiencing things that were weird and freaking him out sometimes. After the army, I went into a couple of random jobs whilst I got my momentum back in regular life, and also got myself an SIA license. Eventually, my pal got shipped off to another site for the same customer, and I jumped at the opportunity to work in his place. My pal, let's call him Jason, kindly drove me to the site for my induction to meet the guard on duty that night. The guard on duty was a very down-to-earth man in his 50s, and after showing me the ropes, the whole 5 minutes, he asked me what I think about poltergeists.
I told him briefly about some of the experiences I've had throughout my life, and his eyes lit up, which sparked a casual friendship ever since. Basically, he told me about two guards leaving in the past due to strange things happening at this site, and that every guard has experienced at least one thing there. He's a lot deeper into this stuff than I am, but it adds to his harmless charm, and we've shared many deep conversations about the subject. Saturday night, during the Christmas holidays in 2018, I locked myself in for the first time and was ready to spend the next 12 hours alone enjoying my own company and getting paid for it. Gaming laptop straight out, albeit on whisper volume of course, and frequent heads up in case of intruders, or van drivers coming to collect their personal vehicles. This place is quite creepy looking, as it is out in the sticks somewhat and surrounded by farmland. But I'm very used to cutting about in the dark in places similar to my time in the army, so it was just whatever to me. For the first few shifts, I just heard the odd strange noise, which quite frankly could have been anything, from temperature expansion or contraction to wildlife. However, on the night prior to the staff returning to work for 2019, I had one of the most profound paranormal experiences of my life, which genuinely scared me. It was the 3 am to 4 am hourly patrol. I stepped off at about 3:30, and as I put one foot out of the guardroom door, a tiny stone whizzed around the guardroom, bouncing off the metal lockers, desk, etc., at head to torso height. I'm 6 feet tall. This didn't make any sense, but I shrugged it off and continued on my way. The first part of my patrol involved walking around the back of a 2-story, medium-sized office building, where there were lots of stone pebbles to walk on, before coming out from the back of the offices and onto a relatively large car park, about 2/3 the size of a football pitch. As soon as I stepped foot on the tarmac, a pebble landed next to me, and I thought nothing of it. I could have easily kicked one up a bit with my steel toe boots and not felt it whatsoever. I got halfway across the car park and another landed just in front of me, as if it came from behind me. This is when I started to feel things weren't quite right, as the pebbles were way back at this point, and I would have felt it this time due to the added force of it. I continued, and at the end of the car park were a row of shipping containers on the left, and a huge biffa skip on the right. The patrol route takes me walking in between these for about 30 meters, and this is by far the creepiest part of the site, as it's so dark and dingy. This is when things start to get intense. I was still walking towards this area, and roughly 20 meters away when another pebble hit the biffa skip loudly, about 5 to 6 feet high. In other words, I would have had to get a bit of a run up and put effort into booting a pedal hard enough to get it high enough and to match the force it hit with. This really startled me, and I stood still and confused for about 30 seconds, looking all around myself, but there was nobody, and I was equipped with a 400 lumen heavy-duty torch, so I could see for quite a distance. Nobody whatsoever. I reluctantly carried on out of duty down the alley past the skip that had just been hit and the shipping containers to my left. I had gotten about 10 meters past the first shipment container when it sounded as if somebody ran up to it with a sledgehammer and gave it a massive whack. My backside almost swallowed my pants whole, and it took every ounce of courage to immediately run back onto the car park and shine my torch in all directions. If this was a human, due to the layout of the site, they could have gotten away in time unless they could contest Usain Bolt, and even that would be a stretch, considering it probably took me 2 seconds to sprint there, if that. The guard who gave me the induction is so interested in this stuff that he told me to call him if anything like this happens, no matter the hour. So I continued to the centre of the car park to get a full field of view of the site, but of course, nobody. Suddenly I heard bang, 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 coming from all directions, but confined to within the site. Shortly followed by tiny stones constantly whizzing past my shins, with a low trajectory similar to how one would throw skimming stones across a body of water. The thing is about these stones whizzing past me is that the direction they were coming from was a huge 3-story high warehouse with no windows or doors from my point of view. So these tiny stones were being thrown at me from an unseen force for 100% certainty, as all that was there was 3 stories of brick wall. Never once did any of them hit me, just whizzed by my legs left and right. Behind this warehouse is a river that gets quite choppy in winter, but even so, the trajectory dictated that the stones were definitely being thrown from in front of me and not over the warehouse, which would be next to an impossible feat anyway. I rang the other guard and he could immediately hear the racket going on. He told me to go by the river and call out to it. Now, despite having a few experiences sparsely throughout my life, I've never been interested in engaging with whatever the phenomena is, but I decided to humour him anyway, all the while crapping my pants. I called out to it. Can't remember what I said. And everything immediately stopped and went silent. Nothing further happened that night, and the other guard said he's never known anybody get terrorised quite that badly by it. Once the staff arrived, I spoke to one of the blokes managing the site, and he said he would check the CCTV footage for any messes. Interestingly, the next shift a couple days later, the cleaner who used to be around for a couple hours after the staff left, called me into the office block to see a document printed out of an email. This was to my security firm about the events, but stated that they could not see anybody or any stones on camera, but could see me doing an intense investigation and being violently startled a few times. Since then, I've had very sparse experiences such as doors slamming, a filled mop bucket moving 3 feet from the wall in front of my eyes, plates smashing in the canteen. Very annoying, as security often gets the blame for this, understandably. Cutlery having a quick jangle in the canteen drawer, a loud sound of what can only be described as heavy cardboard boxes being dragged along the dusty warehouse floor, and footsteps coming from the room above. A few months into the job, I also got another very close friend, a job there who was also in the army prior, and also a massive skeptic until now. He literally laughed at myself and Jason whilst we gave him his induction when we mentioned the strange stuff. Jason to this day references his cocky laugh as his attitude soon got to get straight. So a few nights into my other friend, let's call him Scott, working there, I get woken up to a phone call at about 1:30 a.m. And it's Scott with a trembly voice saying that somebody has just sprinted up the stairs, ran through the short corridor, and is currently outside the guard room door. I said, well, you're a security guard. Do your job and see who it is. Of course, nobody was there, and nobody could be there due to the coded doors. I haven't experienced anything paranormal there for a long time now. It seems to have weeks to months of calm, followed by short bursts of activity. I've also since branched out and done all of the sites my company contracts with, and never had an experience elsewhere besides one place to which I have video evidence of it. But I'm reluctant to share, and even then, I need permission from the guard who works that particular site. I've even worked at a number of derelict, creepy old mills. Nothing strange going on.
I was about 10 years old when I saw this thing flash right before my eyes, right when recess was about to finish. It had multiple streaks of light with a yellowish kind of colour to it, and had different strokes of the same streak of light, intertwined as I can vaguely recall it to be. In a matter of seconds, this very quick and huge bolt of light came and went so fast that it merely took a literal second for it to appear and disappear. It was almost as if I could put it into words, angelic looking, as if it had veins and tendrils. I was standing on the second floor balcony area of my classroom and was speaking to my classmate when this happened. It felt like it was something I wasn't supposed to see, and at that age, a lot of things ran through my mind right after seeing it appear, and immediately disappear right before my eyes. My classmate and I never spoke it after we both witnessed it, and just asked each other right after that moment, "Did you see that too?" And we both gave each other a straight-faced answer, yes. A lot went through our minds right after, and being that age and having a short attention span, we never revisited that image of what we saw again, until recently when we reconnected. Now, both at 26 years old, we wonder if there have been any similar instances of this happening to anyone out there. I know for sure it wasn't my imagination or a shared hallucination between both me and my then classmate. My husband and I are house-sitting / babysitting for my sister and brother-in-law while they're out of town this weekend. They have 2 children, 2 and 5. The 5-year-old has frequent nightmares and a tough time in general getting to sleep most nights. Tonight, for example, he called down at least 4 times before this incident. I kept going upstairs to rub his back or read him one last story. Isn't it always the last book? Maybe 5 minutes after my last trip to give him another hug and a drink of water, my husband was looking for a game to play on my sister's new VR headset. This headset is brand new and with just basic attachments and such. No headphones, so the sound comes out of the headset, or headband, itself. I heard my nephew mumbling upstairs. I figured he was reading himself a story, followed by what sounded like a low male's voice speaking back to him. At first, I thought it must have been the VR headset, until my husband ripped it off. His head with a "what the fuck was that?" I said I assumed it was his headset, but I swore I heard my nephew talking and a man's voice talking back, to which he replied, "That's exactly what I thought I heard." He hadn't even decided on a game for the headset, so no sound was coming out. He begrudgingly went upstairs to check on my nephew, who was sound asleep. A kid that was wide awake 5 minutes prior. I know kids crash hard, so I'm not too suspicious about that. But how do we explain the voice? He checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. We have 3 large dogs who are alert and love a reason to bark. They've been calm all night. I called my sister to ask if they ever hear anything, which she replied with a quick no. But we're freaked out. How do we explain both hearing a very distinct low man's voice upstairs, what seemed like replying to my nephew? Their home is brand new, and it's an upper-class neighbourhood. Not that that matters much when it comes to the paranormal. As part of my university degree, I went to the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico to do field surveys in various parts of the rainforest. We travelled across several sites looking at plants, animals, and doing a bunch of tests. This one site in particular was a sectioned off part of the rainforest about 2 miles in diameter that was semi-managed by the government. We went there once a day, walked around the site, did our tests, and then went back to the hotel. The rest of the day, we were allowed to relax and study our notes, and then in the evening, we headed back there to study the nightlife in the rainforest. We arrived at the site, unpacked our gear, paired up with our accountabilia buddies and groups, and then went into the rainforest. We had 1 torch per group, so a lot of us used the torches on our phones to see where we were going. We walked around the same route as we had in the day, and I was vigilant in checking my phone and its battery, because I was terrified of getting lost in the dark in the rainforest. We were just over halfway with the loop around the site, and I was sitting comfortably at around 80% battery, as I had the foresight of fully charging before heading out. Then, nothing. The last thing I remembered was admiring the reflection of the eyes of the crocodiles, intently keeping watch over our group. Then, when I came back to, I was on the other side of one of the villages that we had seen earlier in the day alone. My phone was at 1% battery. I was completely separated from my group, and I remember just staring into this old abandoned hut with the dim light of my phone. I immediately started to panic before I heard the laughter from another group
on the opposite side of this small village about 50 feet away. So I rushed over and formed up with them. When I eventually reconnected with my group, they were worried and said that I was walking along, not saying anything. And then when we reached the village, they lost sight of me. I've tried to be as rational as I can thinking about the experience. I was tired, getting used to a new climate and arguably not as hydrated as I should have been, which could obviously play several large roles. However, it is important to note that I have a phenomenal memory, as that is how I have learned to study, and to completely forget what would have been a 40-minute walk is incredibly unlike me. Thinking back on the event, I still get chills, and the more I try to rationalize it, the more I feel like something unexplainable happened that night. My only comfort really is that apart from the fear of being abandoned in the rainforest at night, I never felt threatened or in any danger. Back on December 8th, I tested positive for COVID-19. I had to quarantine for 10 days. What was odd, that a couple of days later, during the hours of noon and 4 p.m, 2 or 3 people would ring my doorbell or knock on my door. I didn't answer the door. I noticed that they stood far away from the door. This happened at least 3 days in a row. On the 4th day, someone came to the door and started pounding on it. I yelled through the door that I couldn't open the door because I had COVID-19 and couldn't let them in due to having COVID-19. The guy apologizes for pounding on the door and left very quickly. On the 5th day, someone rang my doorbell twice at 2 a.m. I didn't answer the door and had my phone on in my hand, ready to call 911. I saw a white car parked on the street and saw a man at the door. On the 6th day, I heard 2 knocks on the door, but it didn't sound like a normal knock. When this woke me, I suddenly felt sick and felt like I was having an irregular heartbeat for about 30 seconds. And then I could hear my heart beating, and I felt a sense of terror. I had my phone ready to call 911. Something in my mind told me not to go near the door as I sensed danger. At this point, I felt like I needed to pray in order to get through whatever it was. I felt that whatever was outside was pure evil. I prayed for about half an hour, and then I felt okay. What was weird is that I kept hearing COVID-19 protected you from being physically harmed. I went back to sleep and woke up the next morning refreshed. While I was home for the remainder of quarantine, no one came by. I've heard that 3 knocks on the door in the middle of the night is a bad omen, often a warning of a death of a family member or close friend. 2 knocks I've heard is a warning not of death, but of serious illness or misfortune of family and friends. Another thing I've heard is that it's a warning to the person who heard it of being aware of evil around you. What happened shortly after this was a family member, an older stepsister, became ill and had to be hospitalized overnight. She's okay, but it was a serious health scare. Fast forward to yesterday. I came home yesterday evening and saw the police talking to someone that I didn't know. I went inside but kept noticing that the police car kept driving around the neighbourhood. I finally asked a neighbour who told me that since December, he's had people coming to his house who appear to be solicitors, but they aren't. He told them he would call the police if they came to his house again, which they didn't. He believed that these individuals might be trying casing and targeting our neighbourhood for burglary. They were trying to get into people's homes, and one of them would pound repeatedly on your door. Police were called because of this. I thought about what happened to me last month. The man who police talked to wasn't leaving, but was walking around the neighbourhood. I didn't get a good look at him, so I'm not sure if he came to my house last month. I then happened to look through the peephole on my door as I heard what sounded like someone at my front door and saw a man standing there from a distance. I grabbed my phone as I wondered if this guy would try to kick the door down, as he could easily do that from where he was standing. 5 minutes later, he was gone. I assumed he was the same man the police were talking with, but I'm not sure. Interesting enough, the day this happened was the 22nd of January, Notice the number 2. The 2 doorbell rings at 2 a.m. were on the 12th of January. Do you think the doorbell rings and knocks of 2 were a warning of some type? Any feedback would be helpful to me. Update. I found out today that the man who police questioned wasn't the same man that came to my home back in December. Nor was he the guy that came to my door on Friday. The police are aware of what's going on and have added extra patrols. My front porch has a sense of peace, and one thing I noticed is that I haven't seen people that aren't familiar to me walking around the neighborhood. This morning, I felt like the evil presence had left the area.
This happened in 1981. I was 19 years old and attending a Halloween party. The party was held on the second floor in the student union at the college I attended. There was a rumour that one of the punch bowls was spiked with alcohol. I didn't know which one, but I took several drinks from one and felt wonderful. During the movie, I left. I don't remember walking down the stairs, but I remember getting on a banister and then waking up sitting on the bottom step sleeping. Somehow, I didn't fall and hurt myself. I decided it's time to head home. I don't remember where my car is, so I decided to walk downtown and then try to find it later. I was dressed in a haram outfit and had 4-inch heels on. I got up and started walking out the door. I walked towards the downtown area of town, which at that time really wasn't a safe thing to do. There were a couple of bars there that were very rough and tumble. None of the students would go into those bars. There was one bar that was rumoured to be a place where women were lured into a bar and assaulted. I was almost to the downtown area when a white Cadillac pulled up and a guy that was dressed in a white tux and white box tie asked me if I needed a ride home. He told me to get into the car. I got into his car and then spread out on the back seat to sleep. This was before seatbelt laws. I remember him saying that he'd seen me walk out of the student union building and he was concerned about my safety. He told me the downtown area was unsafe for a woman who was alone and that he was there to protect me from harm. I remember seeing visions of what could have happened to me being in a dangerous area. This was very vivid and not specific to the downtown area where I was. They started out in a downtown area and then ended up on the beach. These visions were not of me. I saw a woman at a nightclub who had been drugged and hours later woke up on the beach naked and not knowing how she got there. It was very dark out as she was on the beach in the dark. She starts to cry and then screams. No one seems to hear her screaming for help. I woke up and I'm in a strange car. I went back to sleep. I saw the interstate which goes to the beach. Then I saw a woman who had been held against her will for several hours by several men. After dark, she was taken to a boat where she was tied up and bound in a way that she would go to the bottom of the ocean. She's then dumped into the ocean to drown, but somehow survives. The waves under force pulls her back to shore, and she's able to roll her body until she's in a safe area. She survives. The men got back to shore and carried on as though nothing had happened. I wake up and I see the ocean. It looks like this guy's driving on the beach at night. I go back to sleep. The last vision I see is a woman being threatened with a knife at a beach house who escapes running down the beach and gets away. When I woke up, the car was pulling into my grandmother's driveway. I never told this guy where I lived and how he knew my grandma's address, which was 15 miles from the party. My grandmother thinks this guy is someone I know and she talks to him briefly. She knows that something is off with me. When I got into her house, she realised that something wasn't right. She asked me if someone gave me drugs. I told her no. Then she starts tapping my face with her hands so that I don't go back to sleep. She looked at me and asked me if someone at the party attacked me. I said no. She asked me if someone put some alcohol in the punch at the party. I said, probably some drink which has no smell. She then asked me who the guy was, and I told her I didn't know. The next thing she said was that my guardian angel was looking out for me, as this guy could have harmed me or done anything, and if I had survived, I wouldn't be able to tell anyone much about him. After a couple of hours, I went to sleep.
Woke up the next morning and was fine. I get my car the next day. I asked people at the party, and no one knew this guy, nor had anyone seen this guy at the party or on campus. To the angel dressed in a white tux, white box tie, driving a white Cadillac, I thank you for protecting me from harm. I'm from South India. There's a popular belief here that the firstborn son of a firstborn son are most vulnerable to and attract evil spirits. I was about 12 when I encountered this experience. I'm not a very religious person, but my family is. We embrace all religions equally, and the most common ones in India are Hinduism, Islam, Christianity. It was summer break at that time, and I used to ride my cycle all day with my friends. I felt sick one day, and it turned out to be one of the worst paranormal experiences of my life. Yes, I've had many, and this is the first one. I had a fever for almost a week. Couldn't sleep a bit because I had night terrors and hallucinations. Fever seemed to go down with the meds, but I was drained and my eyes looked dead. Emotionally, I was far from normal. So days passed by, and fever was down, but everyone knew I wasn't me. Extreme hunger, but will regurgitate whatever I ate. Then after a week, my grandmother decided to take me to a Muslim woman's house in my locality, who performs cleansings. People call her Bayama. The cleansing room was on the first floor. I could barely climb the stairs. The interior was painted in shades of green with Arabic scripts written all over the walls. Bayama was in her early 40s when I first met her. My grandmother explained that I was sick and thought I would feel better after a cleansing. Bayama told me to step in and asked my grandmother to wait outside. I didn't want to go in without my grandmother and almost cried. Bayama held my hand and said something in Arabic and took me inside and closed the door. It was a dull green room with windows nailed shut. There was a chair by the wall, which I knew was Bayama's. She told me to sit down on the floor and cross my legs. She took a plain white towel from a box, closed her eyes, and recited an Arabic prayer, and waved the cloth in circular motion around my face. I could barely open my eyes to see what was happening around, and was already crying without my conscience. I could feel myself rocking forward and backward. In a loud voice, she asked me to pick a number between 1 to 30. Before I could choose a number, she asked again even louder. And I said 31. Now don't judge me, I'm good at math. I glanced at her face and she had this extremely violent expression and was staring at a fixed point above my shoulders. I closed my eyes shut. She took a handful of water, or what I assumed was holy water from a jar, and sprinkled it on me. I swear my stomach started to cramp. The pain was unbearable, and I fell on one side and was laying on the floor. She recited a prayer and circled around me and was waving the white cloth. She sat on the chair and asked for a number again. I don't remember the exact number that I said this time, but it was less than 20. She told me to pick myself up and stand straight. I was able to. The whole process was about 15 to 20 minutes. She gave me some water to drink and tied a holy rope around my wrist, which is meant to repel evil beings. She opened the door, and I could feel the fresh air after many days, which was revitalizing. She told me to wait outside and asked my grandmother to come in. The door was open, so I could overhear their conversation. Bayama said an evil spirit, commonly known as Kattu Karapu in my native language, Tamil, has latched onto me, and that cleansing was done without any harm. She gave an egg and asked my grandmother to place it in the living room overnight, and to throw it away the next morning. Don't really know why. Before we left, she advised me to always wash my legs when I come back home from outside. I was able to eat and was feeling way better by the next day.
So me and my girlfriend of almost 4 years finally moved into our own house, with no real issues aside from the common stress of being a young teenager moving out on our own. After a few weeks, everything was nice. We settled in well, but we started hearing a lot of creaks and moans at night. A little more than we've been, and kept going on late night walks, thinking someone broke into the house. As I'm sure you expect nothing, not a thing. We just chalked it up to the house being old and adjusting to us moving in. Well, fast forward about 2 months, and we started hearing super loud bangs. More precisely, I was at first, but every time I did it, it was me being woken up to the bang. So my girlfriend insisted it was happening in my dream and waking me up. That was till it started waking her up as well. This wasn't super common, but it is slowly increasing. And I never ever can find a source. Nothing knocked over out of place. The cherry on top here is the suicide in the detached garage we were not informed up before moving in. I commonly invite my brother and his significant other over to play games and drink on the weekends. And my brother's significant other found out one of her old high school friends lived nearby, so she went to visit. According to the high school friend, she knew the girl who lived here back in 2019, and she ended up shooting herself in the garage. My brother's significant other insisted we get the house saged, but I'm not really into all that stuff. It just feels like fake mumbo jumbo to me. But then again, all of this does. So she had her friends sage the place, but it only seems to have increased. My brother and his son even heard the bangs when they were over one weekend. Not really sure what to do. Just before Christmas, my girlfriend and I went to visit her mother. We'll call her Jill. She was recently separated from someone who will be perceived as extremely negative and toxic. Nobody was sad to see him leave. Shortly after arriving, I went upstairs in the house to use the washroom, when all of a sudden, I had an overwhelming sense of fear, and all the hairs on my feet stood up. It really creeped me out, and as a 33-year-old man, I kept telling myself I was just acting crazy. It was like I could feel eyes on me from all of the bedrooms, just staring. Not long after that, I started feeling very nauseated and developed a headache. I started hearing footsteps upstairs, and I was really starting to question my sanity. But I kept all of this to myself. My girlfriend eventually started complaining of a headache and nausea, and then I knew something was wrong. But I wasn't about to ruin the evening by suggesting something paranormal is going on in the house. My first inclination was carbon monoxide, but Jill was absolutely fine, and I could see that the devices were functioning. We left Jill's and proceeded on our way home when I told my girlfriend that I was feeling ill inside the home. And she then told me she was hearing noise coming from upstairs also. I was trying to stay as calm as possible given the situation, and I didn't want to upset my girlfriend. Jill had been involved in a series of unexplained accidents leading up to this night, which include little things like tripping over things frequently to big things like falling off a ladder outside. She claims she didn't fall and that the ladder just kicked out from underneath her. We brought this to Jill's attention the following day, where she advised us she had no idea, but was very freaked out and proceeded to smudge the house. The girlfriend went back a few days later and claimed she was still very freaked out and unsettled in the home. A few days later, a friend of Jill's walked her through various methods of cleansing the home. I haven't been back since, but the girlfriend has been and says it doesn't feel as unsettling as before, but she's still unsure. For context, I'm a 15-year-old white British atheist male, and I live in an old farming town. My house is new. Every now and then, 2 to 4 weeks, I'll have a dream which is almost exactly like a day in your normal life. But it's not me. It's somebody else from mostly different times. There are around 5 lives, but there are 2 I very rarely experience, having only been in them 4-ish times each time. I can control what happens in these days consciously, and remember what happened to whoever I am before this. But I don't realise that isn't my life until I wake up or return to a dream in my life. The most common one is when I became I think, Chinese girl about 14 some time ago. I'm not sure of the time period because I don't think anybody ever brought it up, but it was definitely centuries ago. We farmed some sort of grain for a living, and her mother died to a snake curse, which I now recognise as just being venomous. I can remember important features of these lives, but not minor ones, like when I got a bruise or saw a certain animal, unless I'm actually in the life. Then it's like remembering something in my life. Another less common one is a young boy someplace in northwest Eurasia, maybe Poland or Russia. I haven't been there in my dreams as much, so I haven't experienced a lot of his life. But I know he's small and gets bullied a bit because of malformation on his face, which I never saw because they don't have mirrors in the town. I'm losing the plan I was going with for this post, and I only recently realised this wasn't normal. So I've had a hard time trying to understand I might be one of these lives. Let me elaborate a bit. These lives are real. It's exactly like this life in every way while I'm there. I have free will to do what I want in them, not like lucid dreaming. Any questions would be greatly appreciated, as it would help me distinguish what's normal about this and what's not, as I'm antisocial as fuck and don't talk about this to people in real life. After arriving at my first duty station, I quickly worked to get out of the 1960s dorms and into a place of my own. Had a guy I got along with well enough to mention he and his wife were looking for a roommate. Went through the whole process of vetting and such and moved in. For various reasons, this arrangement lasted maybe 7 months. After a bit of time with no issues, I began to get the stereotypical "you're being watched" feeling, especially while alone. Having 2 dogs and a cat that never seemed to freak out about it put me at ease. A bit of time goes on and a little thing starts happening. Things will fall or move or go missing for no reason. One night, we had a glass plate just randomly, somehow, fall out of a cupboard and smash on the floor below. Checking the cupboard and plate supply, that's what happened. No plausible explanation in sight. We began to jokingly refer to it as the ghost of the upstairs neighbour, as for months we'd hear the upstairs neighbour making noise at all hours, then one day stopped, likely just moved out. Friend and I began to share past experiences with unknown forces. He had had an experience with a Native American ghost out west, where he'd come from. Well, that's a whole other story. The big event in question was on a night where he and his wife went out for a date night, leaving me with the 2 dogs and cat. Until about 8 PM, things were fine. I was playing some game on the couch with the animals in their usual spots. Then I started getting the usual feeling of being watched and tried to ignore it. All of a sudden, there was this tension in the air. It was hot and heavy, hard to breathe. For the first and only time I'd seen, the animals freaked out. Meow ran towards the married couple's bedroom. Odin and Zeki completely stood up and were growling, snarling, and being aggressive towards a spot close to the TV. I couldn't see or feel any presence per se, but all my internal alarms were going off. It's at this point I very carefully and slowly turned off the PlayStation and TV, preparing to make an exit, that the crucifix above the fireplace flies off of it. Not super far, maybe 2 feet where it landed from the fireplace. But when it happened, the dogs jumped back and one of them barked. I grabbed the little one in my arms and grabbed the big one's collar and started running to my room. God, just typing this is making me a bit jittery. We get in there and they both get on my bed as I'm slamming the door shut and turning the lights on. I quickly moved to also shut the bathroom door, as the bathroom was connected to my room and the main living area. The big one spent the remainder of the night with eyes locked on the door, and the little occasionally growled but stayed attached to my hip. Called my roommates home and told them everything. They didn't appear as spooked as I was. I did think about trying to get Meow, but frankly, he liked to bite me anyways, so I wasn't risking going out there for him. I think I went around the house the next time I was alone and tried to send the spiritual demon out, but I didn't feel very confident. At the time, I wasn't all that good a Christian. The friend was technically a Catholic, though despite his experiences with the paranormal, was leaning towards agnostic. His wife followed a specific form of Buddhism, I do not know which. The house just felt off in terms of spiritual energy, but maybe I was just paranoid after the event. Smaller occurrences still occurred. There were more than a few nights I kept the lights on at night, and the one other notable event was toward the end of my time there. The couple had a child who was crying every night, and I wasn't having that, so I opted to move out. A short while before my departure, we were standing in the living room talking nonsense, when the door to my room violently shut. He was drunk, and we were already a little excitable. Rather than scared at the time, this made us slap happy, laughing hysterically about the fucking ghost of our neighbour. I woke up a couple hours ago and have been in and out of sleep because of just a lot of strange stuff. I kept hearing noises like little scuffles and clicks. It would immediately bring me out of my sleep. The one time I did fall asleep, I had a dream where I was in the other room watching something or on my laptop, and I could hear someone in my kitchen talking. And I remember getting this overwhelming feeling that the person wasn't good, so I ran back to my bedroom, and that's when I woke up with my heart racing and breathing fast. Not that scary, I know, but the freaky part to me about that one was how real it felt. I laid there for a few minutes and closed my eyes. I could feel myself slowly falling back asleep, and ever so slowly, it felt like something else was in the room with me. I forced myself not to freak out and to calmly just go back to sleep. After a couple more minutes of laying there, trying to sleep, I felt something slowly put pressure on my feet and start to drag me. Not quick, but slow. As soon as I thought, what the hell? It stopped. I still didn't open my eyes and I told myself, okay, let's just wait a second and see what happens, because I still felt the pressure on my feet. Again, it slowly started to drag me, this time a little farther than last, and it freaked me out, to where I just wanted to get up and run. I sat up and freaked out, but I didn't run. I sat there and told myself to calm down and just think. I still felt this presence of something very bad in the room, and I felt it getting worse before I finally got up and said, I'm done trying to sleep. But that was by far one of the freakiest things that's ever happened to me. It all started when I was in middle school. I'd get home and enjoy my time by myself while my mom was gone to get my younger brothers. It started with little things here and there. I would take my shoes off by the door, and maybe a little later I would walk by them to grab something from the kitchen. But that's when I noticed they would go from being side by side to being in a T position. I'd always shrug it off and assume I did that carelessly and didn't remember. Then I started hearing people talking coming from the other rooms. After a week of that, I started hearing knocking noises, and things would get pushed off my desk. I could go on and on about the little things that happened, but what really struck me was the night I was laying in bed facing the wall. I felt a cold hand grab my shoulder, almost like someone trying to get my attention. I thought for sure it was my mom. I turned and looked, but saw no one. I immediately panicked and ran to my mom's room. That was the first time it really frightened me. After that happened, I didn't see it or feel it for a while. Fast forward a few years later to the beginning of high school. I invited a friend over to hang out, and he planned on staying the night. He ended up going home because he claimed to see the face of an old man staring at him in the mirror hung in my bedroom. After that, all the little things that were happening a few years prior slowly started happening again. It was manageable though. I could still sleep through the night without being bothered at the time. It kept doing the little things, moving shoes, making little knocking noises, and just general things that would make you sit there and say to yourself, no, that was probably just something I did. Eventually, it left again. A few years after that, I graduated and started going through the EMT/Fire Academy. I remember the first night it started pretty vividly. I was laying in bed and my cat was at the foot of the bed. My bedroom was at the end of a small hallway. The hallway has a door to it and a bathroom right next to my bedroom. I was playing on my phone and all of a sudden heard the loudest bang come from the bathroom. It sounded like someone kicked the hell out of the bathroom door. You could hear the initial hit and the door bouncing off the wall. I jumped and for a split second thought it was my cat, but quickly realised he was still on the end of my bed. The same night, I felt someone sit down at the end of my bed and started to rock back and forth. After that first night, it would do that every single night for the rest of my time at my mom's house. It would always sit down, stand up, and then pace around my bedroom, almost as if this spirit was very anxious. After a solid month of dealing with it nightly, I started to think I was losing my mind, so I told a couple friends of mine. One of them has a mom that was very into tarot card readings and was good at it. At the time, I didn't believe in any of that. I was already having a hard time wrapping my round around the fact that I was being haunted by a ghost. Anyways, even though I didn't believe in the readings, she ended up nailing a lot of info about my grandpa that passed away when I was really young. She even described what he looked like and guessed his name perfectly. Even with me being as skeptical as I was, I quickly started to believe what she was saying. She and another person I met that did readings as well both said that my grandpa wasn't the one haunting me, but instead is there protecting me from this other spirit that's been bugging me. They also said that the spirit has something to tell me. To this day, I still don't know what it is, and that there are multiple spirits that go through that house. Taking all that info was crazy to me. Believable, but crazy. Especially since I just wanted to get answers on how to get rid of it at the time, because I wasn't getting any sleep at night. After taking all that info in and learning how to get rid of it, I felt a sense of relief. I still had a lot of questions, and still do, but was relieved. I eventually moved out of my mom's and live on my own now. Unfortunately, it never fixed my ghost problem. It follows me anywhere I go, though lately it hasn't been bad at all. I've gotten used to it at this point, and I'm no longer as scared as I used to be when unexplainable things happen. It really makes me wonder about a lot of things though. When the spirit came and left for periods of time, where did he go? What was it that he had to say so badly? I worked in retail in a small store around a friendly community. Being in such a small store allowed me to get to know the regulars and customers personally. After about 2 years of this, I got very comfortable and close with those regulars. One of those regulars asked me if I'd like to go there to watch a movie one night. I gladly accepted the invitation. As I've previously been around a few other clients' houses for barbecues, and I wasn't even introduced to The Walking Dead by a family I got to know. So there wasn't anything strange about it at all. I knew her and her son, and we all got along very well. So the night came, and I arrived at their house around 8 PM. We all agreed to watch Resident Evil. As we put the movie on, we all got comfortable on the 2 sofas in the living room. But as we reached the movie's halfway mark, I began to feel uncomfortable and odd. I shrugged it off. I was asked if I was okay, and I said I was fine. About 10 minutes later, though, my head began to hurt. I figured I'd stay until we finished the movie and head home, as I had work the next morning. But it wasn't too long after that, my head got a lot freaking worse. It felt so immensely bad, I asked if we could pause the movie so I could go get some fresh air outside. As I got outside, I explained how my head, just out of nowhere, had just started to hurt more and more. They told me they didn't want me to leave as I apparently looked really, really pale. They were concerned about me and me reaching home and insisted I stay. So I messaged my manager then and there just to say I will be absent the following day. After a lengthy conversation outside, we got back into the living room and they gave me a small blanket to pitch on the sofa with, but my condition got worse. The energy I had was gone. My body began to uncontrollably shake. It wasn't the temperature. I explained this is the first time I ever had this happen, and that I was sorry for being a burden in their home. Eventually, we all went to bed. I stayed in the living room alone, still shaking with such a throbbing pain in my head. This went on until about 4 AM. That was when I finally managed to fall asleep. About 4 hours later, morning came and they woke me up. They asked me if I felt any better. Oddly enough, I did. My head pain and shivering all went, just like that. I told them I felt a lot better and thanked them for letting me stay, as it was very kind of them to put up with me. After a while, I got my stuff and left. We still talk about it today, but the odd thing is, after being on the subject of paranormal, she told me her son has supposedly seen ghosts circling in that same living room a while back. I don't know if this is linked, but it interested me. Someone close to me spoke too about this and mentioned how it's very possible something bad happened there. Wherever it was a Ouija board, seance, or some other summoning method messed with, they also told me that these and other ghosts are also possibly attracted to me because I'm very open to them. I never figured out what that meant. All I know is I've never experienced such head pain before. No headache, sickness or migraine has ever come close to that pain. This is something that happened to me personally about 3 years ago, and I'll never forget it. I was staying around my friend's house for the night. I can't remember why, but I do know it was a common thing for me to do, especially on weekends. His parents never minded as they like me and I would game with him, his brother and sister at times, so I was used to my surroundings there, absolutely comfortable, till this one night. Time was heading to around 1 AM and we decided to call it a night. He had a bunk bed, so I stayed on the bottom bunk. He shut the door, switched the light off and climbed on the top bunk. His dog got comfortable next to me on top of the duvet. The bottom bunk was large enough for like 2 people, and I eventually fell asleep. This is when I experienced this. I remember waking up seeing the door already open, and seeing some dark black shadow just staring at me. It slowly made its way to me. It was absolutely terrifying. I tried moving, but couldn't. No matter how hard I tried, it was helpless. All I could do was watch in terror as it moved over me on the bed, and started strangling me. I began to panic at this point. I even tried to yell for help as I was being pinned down and strangled by this pitch black entity. And just as suddenly as it happened, I woke up with a large inhale as I forced myself up from the bed. I saw the dog scared out of its wits by the door looking at me with my friend's mum. She was telling me she was woken up by the sounds of me yelling in fright and witnessed me just have some sort of real horrible nightmare. It just turned 3 a.m. I apologized over and over again to everyone as I was the one who woke them up. They all went back to bed. However, I didn't. I stayed up till 7 a.m. That's when my mum's friend came down the stairs. I explained I hadn't slept the remainder of the night, and again I was sorry. She told me she didn't blame me after what had happened, and not to worry about it. I'm unsure whether it was a dream or reality, but I do remember being very shaken up over it all. It was the only time I've ever experienced this. And of all places, it was my friend's house, who I've been staying around for years, and never had an episode or experience like that.
It literally had been a week since I moved out of my parents' house, and I was just getting used to my own independence for the first time ever. Bills, doing your own shopping, you know when you end up living alone for the first time. There was no more hand-holding. It was all exciting and worrying to me. However, these nights was when I began feeling as though I wasn't alone. I can't explain it, but it all started with just this feeling I had in my gut, that something in the corner of my bedroom was just standing there and staring at me. Every single night. It was just nerve-wracking and so uncomfortable. I decided to instead begin to sleep on my sofa. I lived on my sofa for a few months, and I began telling the family my experiences. They blew me down, telling me, "You're just scaring yourself. It's your first time living alone and your mind is playing tricks on you." I understand their point. However, a few days later after that, it got even worse. I began experiencing it again, only this time opposite the sofa I was sleeping on. Like it had followed me. This time again in the corner of my room, and it felt much stronger this time. It happened more than once, and at times I noticed and felt it. I would stare back for minutes on end to see if I could see anything. I may have been tired, but I do remember seeing a black mass or shape in the dark corner on the odd occasion, but nothing else happened. A few weeks later, the family still made fun out of my experiences and didn't believe me. So I took it into my hands and decided to finally give sleeping in the bedroom another go. That night I will never forget. I just finished gaming and decided to head to bed around 2 a.m. As I finally got into bed, I laid there facing up. I suddenly felt terrified. You know, like the kind of scared you get and end up petrified, not knowing what to do? I honestly felt like this entity was just there next to me, just standing there over the side of my bed, staring at me as I tried to sleep. It took a few minutes, which felt like forever, but I finally rushed out of bed for the light switch, got my duvet and pillows for another night on my sofa. I told myself I'm not going to sleep in there anymore after that. However, this entity didn't stop there. It got more active. It seemed now that whenever I went to the living room, bathroom, or kitchen at night, it was as if it had now started to follow me further, and I could just feel it. Like right behind me, following every step I made, and that's not an exaggeration at all. Honestly, how it felt, and still feels on occasions. There were even times when I opened my living room door to the hallway, which connects every room in the house, and always at the end of that hallway by that bedroom door, I felt it staring back at me, watching. This is where it gets weird. I've mentioned now hundreds of times these feelings towards it, and how it escalated. It got so strong to the point I could just sense it, and I guessed at the time by instinct it being a female spirit. I'm no psychical medium, it was all just a mental guess. I called my mum, and after a lengthy conversation, she summed it up to maybe someone passing away in these old flats, to which I agreed. As this town and flats date almost as far, I'm aware, back about 100 years, it was just nice to finally have someone who was listening and trying to give me some understanding to it all. After about a year of dealing with this, I decided to try something I've never tried before. Attempt to catch an EVP. With how frequent I sensed this entity, I figured it would be in my best interest to at least try this little experiment. Unfortunately, being such an amateur in the field, I did this through a bunch of free apps, so I highly doubt their authenticity. Although there was one session that I cannot explain. It literally took me up to about a month of thinking and courage to build up, to finally see it through. It was about 1 AM. I lit a white candle, placed it on a tray in the bedroom, and set a device to blare white noise all in the dark. I was at that point too scared to be in the room in case things kicked off, especially as I was alone, so I shut the door on my way out and entered the living room down the hallway. I remember putting my TV on mute and making sure every light was off, and I purposefully left the living room door open so I could listen down the hallway to the static white noise being emitted from the bedroom. A few minutes passed, and I could hear it. The sounds of females whispering from the hallway. I couldn't believe it. I was amazed and also kind of scared. I couldn't make out the whispering, but I know I heard it. The whispering went on for about 10 minutes. That was before I hit the lights and pulled the plug on the whole thing. Have others had any experiences? Yes. My younger brother stayed one night with his girlfriend and witnessed an iron fall off a board on its own. They haven't said much about the incident other than they believe now. My mum and her other half came round to sort of investigate. Strangely, their phone batteries both immediately died after reaching the corner of the bedroom. This was witnessed by all of us. My sister, who's a skeptic, stayed the weekend. She said she had very weird dreams, and one day when she was there alone, she decided to try asking questions through a recorder, trying to capture an EVP, and she did. The EVP came through as, "Can you see me?" which frightened and shocked her. She sent it to all her friends, which I know surprised even them. Unfortunately, I never got a copy of it, but it was enough to convince her and them. After all this, finally the family believed me about what I was dealing with. Other odd happenings. I've never had anything menacing, although there were a few odd things that just tend to happen. I've heard knocks on my front room door. This is very, very rare, and it does scare me when it does happen, as I'm the only one in the flat. I once told myself to open the storage cupboard door to see if I would see anything one day, and when I did, I could have sworn I saw a large black mass move. I immediately shut the door and said out loud, "I shouldn't have done that." This is a comedy to keep myself calm. Very recently, I was woken scared to death as I tried sleeping in the bedroom again. However, at 3 AM, I was woken by a large bang on the wall above my head where I slept. It definitely wasn't the neighbour next to me, as that wall is linked to my storage cupboard. It scared the hell out of me as it was so loud. I opened the door the next day and nothing had fallen into it at all, and nothing could have made it sound the way it did. And the sound certainly came from there. Another recent weird event when I was running a hot shower. It was steaming for a solid 5 minutes before I tried adjusting the faucets to the right temperature. With a small bathroom, all the mirrors were steamed up, and the bathroom temperature was hot apart from one spot, which was really cold. I placed my hand and arm in the spot and got goosebumps, but everywhere else was warm from the shower. It was kind of new and exciting, especially as the cold spot just went after I noticed it. The apparition. Yep, it did happen. And once only in these 5 years. I just got home from my late shift at work around 11 PM. And I just want to explain that as you open the front door, you enter straight into the hallway, and on the left, there's the front room, in front kitchen, so on. As I opened the door, I turned to my left to hit the light switch. But before I did, I saw her. It was literally for 10 seconds. She was in my front room staring at me. Long black hair, female, about 5'5", young, lifeless looking, standing almost in front of me. I literally jumped out of my skin. I instantly shut the door to shield myself from her. I told myself I was done. I'm not staying the night. After a minute, I rushed the door open and hit the light, gathered a few things, and stayed around my friend's house.
So for context, my mom had a friend with severe mental health issues. She was in and out of psych wards, on a ton of medication, and quite frankly, life gave her a really bad hand to deal with. She was on 24/7 oxygen due to cancer, and really just had a lot of issues in her life. My mom befriended her at a really dark time in her life. She didn't have much, so my mom and I helped out with food and money and whatever we really could. I wasn't necessarily close to the lady, but here's what happened. About 2 weeks ago, she got into a fight with her son, causing him to attempt suicide. She was drunk at the time and had to call the police to take him to the hospital. They left her behind when they took him, and as soon as he was gone, she overdosed on sleeping tablets and insulin, and allegedly also drank bleach. Cut forward about 4 days, her son wakes up and hears from family friends that his mom committed suicide. He doesn't have anyone except us. The police refused to give him the keys to their house until he went to identify his mother's body at the morgue. He asked me and my husband to go with him, and here's where it all started pretty much. We went with him to the morgue, dealt with paperwork and all their issues, and eventually they let us go to the back to see her. On a side note, this was my first ever time inside a morgue, and let me just tell you, that smell is horrible. I never expected it to be that bad. Anyways, they wheeled her out and we saw her, and I felt this extremely heavy weight on my chest. I've always had a gift for seeing and communicating with the other side, and this was exactly that feeling. An overwhelming pressure that almost feels like it drains you when it's there. Almost like every single person laying there wanted me to hear them. This stopped as soon as we got in the car again. Now, this week I've struggled staying asleep. I keep having bad dreams and feeling something watching me. Our house is haunted, no doubt, but it feels like there's a new entity. My husband woke up one night to go pee and woke me up when he got up as well. He was really quiet and eventually told me he saw what he thought was a spirit standing in front of one of the cupboards in the kitchen. He told me initially he thought it was a person who broke in, but when he took a second look, they were gone. He also noted that he wasn't scared, but just startled. About 2 days after that, I woke up to use the bathroom as well, and I saw the same exact figure, but in our room, and it was hunched over behind a chair. I also didn't feel scared or anything, and sort of just let it be. I did feel a bit uneasy when I went back to bed though. But here's the thing. I don't know if it is my mom's friend, because the figure we both saw was entirely black. The only thing they really had in common was being extremely skinny. I haven't tried communicating with the entity. What do you guys think I should do? I tried to end my connection to spirits and all those things, because church told me it was evil, and I'll go to hell and all sorts of religious crap. I've distanced myself from the church and have been trying to get back in touch with these senses of mine, because I know these things are very much real. Yesterday, I was home alone for a while, and I was sort of just meditating by myself and focusing on the definite energy I felt in the room. For context, the house we've been living in for the last 10 years has a lot of activity in it. Shadow people, full apparitions, sounds, the works. I kept telling it can make contact with me and that I'm opening the pathway for it. I shit you not, I heard a definite little kid voice right next to me saying, "Hello?" I was sort of shook. It actually worked and kind of just froze for a second. I've never made direct contact with a spirit before, at least not since I've grown up. I've only ever seen them moving in the corner of my eye, heard disembodied voices talking to each other outside, or just feeling a presence. I did talk to them when I was little though.
My mum has told me that I saw things no one else did from a very young age, but obviously I don't remember these happenings, but only know of them through hearsay. My mum told me that I would refuse to sleep in my room at the time in our old house. She told me that I'd always start screaming if they left me alone, even for a minute. I was fine sleeping in any other room of the house, just not that room. Weirdest part is that there was a part of the wall that refused to get painted over. Whenever we would paint it, the reddish oval shape would just bleed through. When I got a bit older, my mum would hear me talking to people who weren't there, and when she would ask me if I had an imaginary friend, I'd get mad because they were real. We had a lot of experiences like these, but I think the first two I can remember, the ones who I'm writing about now. I shared a room with my brother most of my childhood, and I'd never be able to sleep because apparently I felt the need to stay awake and watch him sleep. I would freak out if I thought he wasn't breathing. I have no idea why I did this. I would stay up so late that eventually I'd just pass out. One night, I decided I wasn't going to do that, since I got in trouble if my parents found out, and my dad would beat the shit out of me for it. When I lay down and turned to sleep, I heard our cupboard doors open and shut really loudly a few times, until I stuck my head out from under the covers to see what was going on. Well, there was nothing, except the cupboard doors were wide open, and I noticed my brother wasn't breathing. I freaked the fuck out and ended up screaming so loudly, my parents woke up. Of course, they didn't believe me one bit, but I knew what happened. The second experience was when I was about 8 or 9, I'm not exactly sure. I went to sleep over at my grandma's house, and at around midnight I woke up because I felt something brush over my face. When I sat up in bed, I was face to face with what I can only describe as a ghost. She looked like a normal human, but see-through and almost as if she was glowing. She was wearing a long dress and her hair was tied up in a bun, and she was just staring at me. I wasn't scared at all, but I felt uncomfortable. I woke my grandma up to tell her what I was seeing, but she just told me to ignore it and go to sleep. My grandmother believes in the paranormal as well, and has had a few experiences like I have in her house. When I was 14, 7 years ago, I was having nightmares. I don't remember all of them, but it'd be one that I'd be paralysed in my bed, unable to move or speak. My house was on fire and there was an evil woman coming towards me, and a guy I guess was her sidekick. Every time I had this dream, I woke up right before she got me, because I was clenching my hands so hard they'd bleed every single time. I'd also see stuff or shapes, I guess, in real life. A face, I still can't understand what it was, hovering over me. Also, I could see my neighbour and his damn green lightning. He was zooming in his apartment. My sister didn't believe it until she saw it herself. I don't know what it was, but that guy or spirit was running all over the place, and it was really fast. If you'd blink, you could miss it. Almost seems like it was messing with me. I don't know. That apartment has been empty for years now. Anyway, the nightmare stopped, and then I had dreams. First, a bird was staring at me outside my window, a beautiful white bird. Dream after dream, the bird was inside now, but later on the bird disappeared and a man replaced it. He was sitting on my sister's bed, watching me. He never talked, but I knew what he wanted me to do. He was speaking in my head, yet I couldn't hear his voice. He brought me a dog through the window, and I had to keep it a secret. I loved dogs and my family didn't want one, so I think that was his way of getting closer to me. I remember I felt somewhat protected or at peace when I was dreaming of him. He'd want me to hide him. I don't exactly remember all of my dreams with him, but he appeared often. I thought he was my guardian angel, honestly. He'd bring me stuff and he was nice. Once in my dream we were with my whole family outside, and I'd be talking with him, yet my family couldn't see him. He said to not tell them he was there, and I asked why, and he said they wouldn't understand. I think that's the last time I dreamt of him. Anyway, the next dream I had, it was our mom. It was more like a nightmare. Something was hunting us, me and my little sister.
I don't have a little sister. I am the little sister. But anyway, it turns out it was our mom. My little sister didn't look related to me at all, and she ended up killing her and sucking her blood out with a machine or something. The mom in my dream didn't look like my in real life mom, but I knew it was her. Yet I started running after my sis killed her, and I found my real mom, and I was yelling for help. Weird marks or scratches somehow started appearing on my arms with a weird looking bee and symbols. I was bleeding. That was the last nightmare I had, and aside from the dreams and nightmares, I'd always hear weird stuff, or feel like someone's watching me. Sometimes the lights would flicker or I'd hear noise in the house, as if someone is in, for example, the kitchen. Sometimes I'd see some figures like someone standing in the corner, but it'd disappear. After that nightmare, my mom put a picture of St. Mary on the wall in my room and everything stopped. The man that watched me sleep never showed up again, and after a while, I realised he might not have been an angel because if he was, why would he leave? And why would he hide from my family? The way he tried to come closer to me is weird, giving me something I want, but I have to keep it a secret. Doesn't make sense to me. I know these were dreams, but something is wrong. I think that man is back, or whatever it is. I don't know if it's something evil or not, but I think it's back, because I felt something kick me on my back the other night, and I've been hearing stuff again. I was in the shower and I could hear stuff going on outside. Sometimes I can hear it messing with the door, trying to open it, even though it's locked. How can I find out what this thing is and what it wants from me? Or if it's evil? How could I protect myself and my family? In the summer of 2002, my family had booked a holiday in North Wales, in a small seaside town called Morfaneffin. I was 7, my brother 5, and my baby sister who was coming up to her first birthday. We were also joined by my baby sister, who was coming up to her first birthday. We were also joined by my grandparents and aunt, Laura. My grandparents had paid for the place that we were staying in and also rented a large people carrier type car so that we could all travel together without having to drive both of the cars from Norfolk to where we lived in South London and then all the way to North Wales. It worked out better that way. And no one wanted to split us kids into 2 cars and face arguments of who wants to ride with Nan and who wants to ride with Grandad. An argument that always broke out between us on other family holidays. When we got to the house that we were staying in, I remember being in awe at the sheer size of the giant white building before us and thinking just how much it could have cost to rent. I asked my nan this exact question and she simply shrugged it off and said it wasn't much. She simply wanted our family to enjoy ourselves without worrying about the cost of it, something that didn't come naturally to a family that was already used to the thin line of poverty. The house itself was a large white building that was split into 2 floors. Large living room and kitchen diners on each floor and about 14 bedrooms in total. I equated the house to be more of a mansion than a house. It was simply that big compared to my 7-year-old self. The house also had a large garden that slopes up the steep hill that my parents considered too dangerous for us to play in, due to the landscaping and jutting rocks. But I do remember pestering my dad throughout our stay to let me go outside by the back patio to see the strange birds that had made a nest in a small passage way by the back door. My nan told me that they were swifts, and I was fascinated by them. I loved birds, and the city only ever had pigeons and house sparrows. They seemed so boring in comparison. And through the swifts, they were exciting to my animal-loving autistic self. The most exciting part of this house was getting to choose a room that I would have all to myself. Back home, we had a small 2-bedroom house and my siblings and I were crammed into 1 bedroom. Good old council estate living. So I was more than pleased to spend a week in my own bed, in my own room, away from my brother and baby sister. The room I chose was on the ground floor at the end of a corridor, literally the furthest room from the others as I could possibly find, and by sheer luck, I was the only one on that corridor. My parents chose a room a little past that corridor,
so that they could keep an eye on me and my brother, who also had the same idea to choose a room as far from me as possible. It wasn't long before the sun started to set, and as my parents and grandparents sat in the living room upstairs, chatting away with a glass of wine, I decided to head to bed to relax and let the long car ride wash away in a mountain of pillows and deep sleep. I loved my sleep, and knowing that I would be able to sleep without any disturbances from my siblings felt like a blessing. Little did I know that my dreams of solitary sleep weren't going to last for long. Whilst I slept soundly on the first night and woke up refreshed and ready to explore the nearby beach and travel inland for some sightseeing with my family, the second night was completely different. We got back, had some dinner, enjoyed a bit of TV as my brother and I played on the patio out back. The sun started to go down and my dad called us both inside to start getting ready for bed. Me, still fascinated by the swift nest, looked up at it and pleaded to my dad to let me stay until I saw the parents come back, as I didn't want the eggs to be lonely. They hadn't hatched just yet, so I was confused as to why I hadn't heard the mummy bird on them tonight. My dad just told me that she was sleeping, just as I should be. I admitted defeat and followed him inside and turned to go down to room to grab my pajamas and just frozen. The corridor that my room was located down was suddenly so much darker than it was the previous night. Something within me told me not to go down there, that it was dangerous and spooky. I was thoroughly creeped out. I felt the hair on my arms stand up and chills ran down my back. I felt like something was about to jump out of the dark, attack me and devour me in a one. I ran to my parents in the living room and pleaded with them to let me sleep in a different room. I was hysterical and crying, nearly at the point of a meltdown, and just as my dad was about to compromise and let me switch rooms with my brother, my mother stepped in and told me to suck it up, and that because I chose that room, I was stuck with it. Yeah, she wasn't a good mother, and it would be another 15 years before I saw her for who she really is. But that's a whole other story. So I sulked back to my room. I was stuck with it, and there was nothing that I could do other than push past my fears and try and get some sleep. I cried in silence that night, knowing that I was alone, scared, and that my mother didn't care that I was so terrified. Eventually I fell asleep, thinking of the swift nest and the little eggs that were up there, hoping that I would see the babies hatch before our holiday ended. Needless to say, I did not sleep well that night. I tossed and turned, struggling to get comfortable and settle down, knowing that the spooky corridor was just a few feet away, and my mother's words were playing in my mind over and over again. I felt so hopeless, but I couldn't speak up about it with knowing what my emotions would be dismissed, just like they always were. Eventually, I let the fatigue take over and carry me away into a deep slumber. I just let my brain shut off and I drifted to sleep. I wasn't asleep for long, maybe 2 hours before I was woken by a noise that sounded just like a growl right by my ear. My eyes burst open and I was immediately met with 2 red glowing eyes right in front of my face. Standing in front of the window was a large dog, bigger than I had ever seen, with thick, shaggy black fur and a muzzle curled up in a snarl, showing off its slightly yellowed, long canine teeth. Looking back, it looked like an Irish wolfhound in size and shape, but with longer, ragged, jet black fur. Without thinking, I clenched my eyes shut and flipped over in bed, simply thinking that I was still asleep and that I could simply go away. But as I lay there, I heard the growl again right in front of me. I opened my eyes and quickly shut them, as the dog was now on the other side of the bed, still growling with its head low, like it wanted to get down to my eye level and stare into my soul. I flipped over again to face the window, and the dog was there again. No matter which way I faced, the dog would be there, snarling, staring, a low growl escaping its mouth. Loud enough to hear, but not loud enough for any of the adults to hear. I was alone and couldn't escape, and no help was coming. I don't know what drove me to do it, but after turning over for about the 10th time, I thought, screw it. And with my eyes glued shut, I sat up as quickly as I could and reached to turn on the lamp on beside the table. The moment the room filled with light, the growling stopped. I slowly opened one eye, and to my surprise, it had worked. The dog was gone, but I was still terrified. I didn't want to turn the light off, as it seemed to be keeping the giant dog at bay, and I didn't want to go to sleep, only to be woken by the dog again. I must have sat awake for a good half an hour, pondering where it had gone and whether it was real or not, before finally putting it down to just a bad dream, and that I had truly woken up when I turned the lamp on. Everything else that I thought had happened, I was actually asleep for. So I laid back down and flicked the lamp off, ready to drift off again now that I had finally calmed myself down and rationalised the situation. I had dreamt it all, projected my fears about the hallway into the shape of a dog, and let paranoia take over. Oh, how wrong I was. I had only closed my eyes for a few minutes before I heard the growling again, but this time, much louder and at the foot of my bed. I kept my eyes closed and stayed as still as possible, praying silently that it would go away. Instead, I felt the door of the mattress sink down as it started to climb on the bed. The growling became louder and louder as it inched closer to me. I was terrified and frozen in fear as I felt one of its giant paws press against my leg through the covers, its claws digging into my thigh above my knee. It was right on top of me now, and I could feel its breath through its snarled teeth landing on my cheek. I don't know what drove me to do it, but I opened my eyes. Curiosity? Maybe. But I did it and came face to face with those haunting red eyes mere inches from my own, and I let out the most blood-curdling scream I had ever made in my short 7 years of life. Within seconds, I heard frantic footsteps running towards my room, and the door was flung open. My mother found me curled up on my bed, screaming between sobs and erratic as I looked around the room. The dog was gone. For good this time, it seemed. My mother comforted me as I tried my best to tell her everything, and she wiped away my tears with her sleeve. Of course, she didn't believe me and put it down to a bad dream and told me that dreams don't hurt you and that it's all in my head. Her usual go-to whenever I speak about anything that upset me. And to be honest, I kind of expected it. She put me back to bed when I eventually stopped crying, and somehow I fell asleep without incident. The dream doesn't hurt you nonsense was a clear lie come morning, because by the afternoon, a large bruise had started to form where the dog's paw dug into my thigh. It hurt so bad that I spent the rest of our holiday hobbing around North Wales with my nan's hiking stick, just to aid me. There's even a picture of me somewhere of me and my brother standing in front of a steam train a few days after this incident occurred, and I had that hiking stick in my hand. The rest of the holiday carried on without any other issues. I switched rooms to the one closest to my parents' room, and I never saw the black dog again. Overall, I enjoyed Wales and the quiet town of Morfaneffin. We would spend our evenings walking down to the beach and playing in the sand. Me and my brother even made friends with a few local kids, and we would play in the sand, digging a hole so big that we could all fit it, and quickly named it the bunker. And if you're wondering about the swift nest, the babies hatched just 2 days before our trip ended, and we were greeted every morning until we left by the sound of very hungry, featherless chicks begging their parents for food. I didn't want to leave them and sorrowfully waved goodbye to them when it was finally time for us to leave and head back to our little South London home. Though this was most definitely an up-close and personal encounter with a black dog. I didn't know that black dogs were a thing of legend across Wales and much of the UK until I told this story to a friend in college, and she told me that it was a black dog. I did more research into it, and sure enough, she was right. The pictures I had of the Welsh black dog, Gwilgi, matched what I saw that most almost perfectly. And it's said that if you see the creature at night, there's certainly no fear behind. And death did follow. I found the dates and double-checked with my dad, and at the time, and sure enough, my great-great-granddad passed away due to a heart attack exactly 2 weeks after that night. I've always wanted to be sensitive or empathetic. I envy people who are. I collect very many odd and creepy things, almost inviting spirits to enter my home. I've never heard or seen anything, until recently. I started doing GVSS. GVSS is a process where you wear custom-made contact lenses at night, which reshape the surface of your eyes to give you 20/20 visions throughout the next day. Pretty cool, huh? No more glasses. Even cooler is that I can see some things I have never seen before. Maybe the timing is coincidental. Or maybe my glasses protect me from seeing things before. I'm not really sure. It's only been 5 days, and I've seen 3 entities. A single entity was seen on day 2. I was driving by a building on my way to work. It was still dark out as it was pretty early in the morning. I work at a large chemical manufacturing site that has been around for over 100 years. Plain as day, I saw a person leaning up against the abandoned building and smoking a cigarette. I drove by it, wondered why on earth they would be there smoking again in plain sight, against the rules. Looked in my rear view mirror, it was gone. The building was very large. There was no way for it to have simply walked away without me seeing it. The next morning, at the same chemical site but in a different area, I see a flicker of light near a lamppost in a parking lot. The light is only about waist high. I look in that direction and see a person putting on a jacket. I blink, it disappears. Last night, my family and I were in the living room watching a movie. I can see the stairwell from the couch I was sitting on. I see a childlike figure standing at the top of the stairs. It was too blurry to make out any features, but it was short in stature. I squinted to try to see it better, but then it turns and walks out of my line of sight. I don't chase after it. Actually, I'm pleased. I just graduated 6th grade at the time, and my family visited my relatives at our old house. It was getting dark at that time, since we just got back from a resort after celebrating my grandfather's birthday, so I was tired from all the swimming. Now, our old house has 3 exit doors. One is the main door that leads to our living room, which had a window that you could look through to see the fields that surround our house. Another that leads to said fields, and one that leads to the open garage that we shared with our neighbour. My older sister was talking to my favourite aunt through a phone call at the fields, and I wanted to talk to my aunt. I don't know why I didn't just go through the door that led to the fields to go to my sister. I decided to use the main door to go to her instead, since you can still go to the fields, but it will take longer. I walked through our living room towards the fields, and I looked through the window of our living room as I was starting to jog towards my sister. To my horror, I saw a lady wearing a very dark dress, just sitting very still and straight, with her hands on a lap on our couch that I just passed through a few seconds ago. I couldn't see the lady's face as it was covered by a veil or something. I don't know if she was covered in blood or her attire just had some red pattern or something. I was so scared of what I saw that my job immediately turned to run as I bolted towards my sister. As soon as my sister handed me the phone, I immediately told my aunt about what I saw. She didn't really believe me and just talked to me for a bit before ending the call. When my sister and I headed back to our house, I asked the rest of my family if anyone went to the living room after I went to my sister. I knew that it was impossible for them to have changed their outfit to a black dress with a red pattern, as everyone else was in the kitchen when I walked through the living room, but still asked them anyway if any of them went there after I did. Of course, everyone said that no one followed me to the living room, I told them about what I saw and they didn't really have much of a reaction. They just joked that maybe it was our neighbour who we'd been having a feud with for a while now. No one ever really experienced anything paranormal in that house, except if you count my sister's few sleep paralysis, about a little girl wearing a white dress that always wanted to play with her but would scare her all the time when she was younger. I later on had a dream about the girl when we moved to our new house. I have another story about her. I never had any encounters before or after that event. I still don't know if what I saw was real or not, since maybe I was just imagining it, since I was tired from all the swimming after all, but I sure did avoid the part of the couch that the lady was sitting on, and wouldn't stay in the living room alone for the rest of our visit. I can still clearly picture the lady sitting there at our couch, with her hands on her lap to this day, 10 years later. Let me first say that while I do believe in supernatural and paranormal phenomena, I'm still the sort to look for logical explanations to things. I do believe that whatever gives humans that spark of life remains after the body gives out. I also believe in the possibility of elemental spirits, spirits far older than humanity that are connected to the earth itself. We were at my in-laws' house, Charlotte, North Carolina area, US, this past Saturday, and while I sat at the dining room table chatting with mother-in-law, in my periphery on the left side, I saw and felt something whiz by me. It was at least 12 inches in length, maybe longer, with spindly arms and legs and a thin body. I only saw 4 appendages, 2 arms and 2 legs. There were no wings that I could see, and while I wouldn't really say it was anthropomorphic, the arms and legs were positioned in a way I'd imagine them in someone were to lift a person in a harness and fly them, hanging to the front and bent back and knees elbows. This thing had a head that was elongated and slightly rounded, oval shaped so it was longer than it was wide, but I didn't see any facial features. The best thing I can compare it to would be a giant stick bug with only 4 legs. I'm 100% certain it was not an insect. There's no way something that large would be in the house and no one saw it sooner. Plus, my mother-in-law has 2 cats that are prolific bug catchers. Has anyone ever encountered something like this? When I saw it, the word fairy immediately came to my mind, though I've never been one to believe in fairies. I'm just baffled as to what it might have been. I know I didn't imagine it. It was definitely there, and I heard a soft whoosh as it passed. This happened around 5 years ago when I was living in a very destructive lifestyle. I woke up having a view of myself in third person and the first person at the same time. I was laying down, paralysed, and levitating about 4 feet off of my bed, with my blankets still draped over me. I noticed a massive tarantula-like spider that was big enough to cover my entire chest, sitting on top of me. I was absolutely petrified. I remember the entity trying to give me a very strong, menacing sense of superiority, like it was stronger than me and that it was in control of the situation. After 10 seconds of this, it began speaking to me telepathically. In a very deep voice it said, "My name is," then saying an extremely bizarre sounding name from a language I'd never heard before, and I don't think I could spell it if I tried. It felt like whatever it was trying to possess me because, like I said, it gave a very strong feeling that it was superior to me and in charge of my life now. It was introducing itself. That was the last thing I remembered before waking up. I had another experience with the spider where I had just woken up and wasn't paralysed this time. The entity was on my roof at the other side of the room. This time, it didn't look like a solid being. It looked like it was made out of pure energy. When it noticed that I could see, it started scurrying towards me very aggressively, and before it got to me, it disappeared. That all happened within like 10 seconds. This one happened around the same time. I had woken up on my bed. I had the same point of views and I was paralysed again, but this time I wasn't levitating. I suddenly felt an invisible force grab onto my left leg. It very slowly started dragging me off my bed, and as I was being dragged, my body was violently flopping around like a rag doll. I had no control over this. I realised what was happening, and I tried to call for Jesus, but just as I was saying something held my lips. I literally couldn't say his name, and I got the feeling that I was unworthy to speak it because of the way I was living. I remember feeling an immense feeling of dread and hopelessness. He wouldn't help me. This one felt like it was a warning to change my ways before it was too late. It was the last thing I remember before waking up. I feel entities can attack us in our dream state and cause what's known as sleep paralysis. There are many stories where people called on Jesus and it ended the sleep paralysis episode. Am I saying all sleep paralysis episodes are demonic? I don't know, but mine certainly felt like it. I seen that spider thing another time while I wasn't in sleep paralysis, as I explained in my second section, so there's another reason that pushed me to believe it was really demonic. I also stupidly experimented with astral projection and had the same third and first person views astral projecting as I did during my episodes. I've been targeted by other entities while I was intentionally astral projecting, but that's another story. So, I went to bed in my very boring, very normal mid-2000s bedroom, playing a little Nintendo DS. Later than I should have on a school night, I'll admit. Then slept for maybe an hour or two, a little after 1 AM, before waking up in desperate need to take a piss. I roll out of bed, not bothering to grab my glasses. My first mistake, as someone who's literally legally blind without them, and take the muscle memory 4 steps diagonally across my tiny bedroom floor. I'm a very tactile person due to my visual impairment, and I had my whole house, not only my room, memorised for safety to a T. I reached for my doorknob and I got nothing. Okay, maybe I'm not as awake as I thought. Never happens to me though. I wake up if one of my parents so much as breathes wrong across the damn house, but okay, I'm groggy. I reached to the left since I must have angled my walk wrong. Nothing. I try right. Nothing. Did I not walk far enough? I feel really awake now. I take another step, regretting the no glasses choice. I can barely make out shapes in the daytime, and darkness is a blanket over my eyes. I can't see my door, my bed, my own hands in front of me. I can't see. Where is my door? I take another step. 2, 3, 4. I flail my arms forward, silently pleading, please, my door. And I swear I can see the nightlight in the hallway that's there, so I won't eat carpet on my way to the toilet. Thanks, Mom. But no matter where I reach, how far I go, I can't get close enough. My memory gets hazy here. After maybe 2 straight minutes of aimless walking towards the hazy outline of light around a door, but my last thought from that between space-time is knowing and feeling that I was not at home. Then I'm in the hallway and I sleep on the couch for the rest of the night. Looking into my room felt like staring into an abyss. Nothing ever came of it, but I don't know if anything will ever get under my skin the way this experience did. I felt so unsafe, so helpless and so alien in that space, whatever it was, that I really wanted to share it with the masses. For context, during my lifetime, my parents have had 4 dogs. Let's call them E, Labrador Retriever, male, M, Finnish Lapphund, female, S, Labrador Retriever, male, and our current dog N, Labrador Retriever, male. We got our current dog N late last January, and our previous dog S passed away early last December. M passed away in 2015, and E has been dead for over 15 years now. I'm spending Christmas with my parents as always. Last year, early Christmas Eve morning, my father showed me an interesting finding. He had found some of M's fur on our foyer's carpet, just out of nowhere. She had black fur. All of our other dogs were yellow, so it was easy to recognise. We had kept some of her fur before she passed to compare it to as well. No other animals had visited us previously either. It was definitely her fur. It was a nice reminder since that was our first Christmas without S. M and S used to be friends before M passed, M being the strong-willed and feisty leader of these two. We speculated it might have fallen from our Christmas decoration box, and we just hadn't noticed it earlier. Strange, but comforting. We joked around that M had paid us a visit. We cleaned the Christmas decoration box just in case, and didn't find fur or anything out of place in it. Just now, I was decorating the tree with my mother. I noticed a white piece of something on the kitchen table before we brought the Christmas decoration box in, but didn't pay it any attention. I thought it was a dried up piece of gum that my mom eats or something. Later, however, I inspected it closer and noticed that it was too hard to dry up the gum. I flipped it around and came to a quick conclusion. It was a tooth, presumably a dog's tooth. At least it wasn't a human tooth. It looked slightly old, and it was smaller than any of our Labrador's teeth would have been. I even asked my father if he had brought it in from the outside, but he hadn't seen it before. Our dog's end's mouth wasn't bleeding, missing any teeth, nor was the tooth bloody or even moist from slobber. Furthermore, it's too small to be his tooth. It does feel like a real tooth to me too, as I've inspected animal teeth before. Once is a happenstance, twice is a coincidence. Guess we'll have to wait until next Christmas to see if 3 is a pattern, and if we'll get a third reminder of M. Never before the passing of S did we find anything like this. Do you have any thoughts on this? Any similar experiences? Today I encountered a new entity. I hopped in bed and immediately felt something patting or caressing my head. I thought, oh, this is nice. Then she threw something at me. It was hard and hit me straight on the throat. At that moment I said out loud, I would love to get to know you. You're welcome here, but I need you to be nice to me. Everything following that was positive. She was shy, but did tell me some things about herself. She said her name is Tajil. Later, I did some research and it seems this is a Telugu word, language of southern India, meaning touching. Other translations include erosive and infectious. That last one concerned me a bit. She was responsive to me and demonstrated that she's capable of both telepathy and external speaking. She had a sense of humour. She sang to me beautifully. She's capable of physically touching me, my head, throwing that thing at me. To be able to speak externally and physically touch me is rare in my experience. Something unusual. Typically, when I hear disembodied voices or entities, whether it's external, internal, or telepathic, I find I instantly know everything about them. What they look like, their age, sex, where they're from, their history, etc. None of this is true to Jill. I have no idea what she looks like, how old she is. None of it. I do strongly suspect she is from the Telugu-speaking region of southern India. I believe she used to be a living human and this is her spirit. And she's here to help me. I should add, I live in the US and have zero connection to Hinduism. I've been going through a significantly difficult and confusing time in my life. I think she, her true, altruistic self, sensed this in the universe and came to find me. Soon into our interaction, which lasted approximately 3 or 4 hours, it became very clear to me that she was showing me mindfulness, how to stay in the absolute present moment, and to trust myself and my experiences. She only exists in the absolute present moment. Like I said, I've experienced many entities who have come and gone over a short period of time, but I sincerely hope Tajil is one who sticks around. I welcomed her with open arms, and invited her to come anytime. Back in 2011, I was living in a rural town called Monroe, UT, finishing up my senior year in high school. Monroe is a town of around 2,000 residents and is home to one of the largest mountains in Utah, which my grandparents' house, where I was living at the time, resided at the base of. Our house was on top of a foothill and overlooked the quaint Monroe Valley. The house itself was about 3,500 square feet, with an entryway/foyer that was approximately 25 feet high and had a front room on either side of the entryway, and then the main living room and kitchen towards the back of the house, facing the mountain. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms, a small library, and then a balcony overlooking the foyer. The basement was a house itself, complete with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. Hopefully this paints y'all a picture of the setting. At this point in my life, my grandpa had been recently diagnosed with cancer. Because we didn't have a hospital in the area with an adequate treatment center, my grandparents temporarily moved to southern Utah, where there was a hospital, and left me with the house to finish off my high school graduation and part of the summer. Because of this, my house was notorious for having the boys over, where we'd have parties and then play massive games of hide and seek in the dark. Sounds childish, but man, it was fun. I was also keen on having my friends over at all times, because being alone in a large home is creepy sometimes. And also because I had several encounters with spirits at one point in my life when I was living with my mom. But that story is for another time. Anyway, I didn't want to be alone in the house and preferred having people over. Well, right around the middle of June, I had 2 of my best friends over. Let's call them Jake and Sam. And each of us had a girl over and picked a room to hang out with them. If you're a religious person, then you probably believe that certain activities aren't necessarily inviting of the Holy Ghost. And let's just say my 2 friends and their girls at my place were doing what would be considered uninviting of the Holy Spirit. I was with my best friend's sister and had recently been baptized, so I wasn't trying to get down with this girl at this point. Well, I hear a door shut and my 3rd friend, let's call him Jaden, shows up after having gotten down with his gal at her place. Now I say this because if you're heavily religious, then you believe that the Holy Spirit was probably not in the house at all on this particular evening. But if you aren't religious, then disregard this paragraph. We end up sending the girls home, and it's just us boys enjoying our senior summer, playing COD Zombies, which I wasn't really into, but I enjoyed watching my friends play. Well, 2:30 AM starts to roll around, and my friend Jake asks if we want to play hide and seek in the dark, but with 2 caveats. We play the game while the COD Zombies theme song plays throughout the house, and no hiding in the basement because it's pitch black. Looking back to this night, the moon was fairly bright, so your eyes would adjust quickly to the nighttime if you were hiding and seeking upstairs, but not at all downstairs. Jake, Sam and I were into scary shit, but Jaden wasn't the biggest fan of it. Regardless, we all decided to play the game to this creepy music, and Jake was the first one as a seeker. Sam, Jaden and I immediately agreed to be bastards and hide in the basement. Because we knew it'd take Jake forever to find us. So we hid in one of the bedrooms that was filled with a bunch of wooden chairs. About 10 minutes into his search, we hear him come downstairs and he begins talking to someone on the basement stairs. We then hear him yell something to those people, and then he enters the room we're hiding in. He starts moving loads of these chairs and finds us, and we start giggling like girls because we knew we broke the rules. We ask him who he was talking to, and he says, "Dude, I thought I was talking to Sam and Jaden, but all of you guys were here, so I have no clue who the silhouettes were on the stairs that were just looking at me and then ran away." Jake loved scary shit, so he shrugged it off like it was typical Jake trying to make a situation scary or creepy at night. Anyway, 15 or 20 minutes is a long time for one round of hide and seek, so we decided to just chill in the living room on the main floor while the COD zombie music is playing dimly in the background. After a few minutes of us hanging out, I say, we should watch a real exorcism video. I bet I can find one online. So I bust out my Mac and start searching for a video on obscure websites and finally find a vid. Jake was all for this, but Jaden and Sam were hesitant, understandably so. But I'm me, and I don't give a fuck, so I turn it on. Interestingly enough, this was shortly after 3 AM and was during the witching hour, which I didn't think about until after the fact. So Jake and I are watching this priest just do this random woman in holy water, while the priest is chanting Hebrew at her. The girl is strapped to a table and her body is convulsing like the chick from The Ring. I remember watching this video and getting cold chills immediately, but I was mesmerized because I had never seen anything so raw and real of this nature. I couldn't look away. Sam and Jaden tell me to turn it off, and even Jake looks hesitant. This is where things go south real quick. About 20 seconds into this video, I start hearing a knocking noise. Damn, I'm getting cold chills just typing this. The knocking noise was coming from the master bedroom directly above us in the living room, and it continually gets louder and louder and louder. And suddenly, it sounds like 4 or 5 people are running and slamming violently into the walls in the room above us. I look at Jake's face because he was sitting next to me, and I can barely make out a look of horror on his face because again, the lights were turned off everywhere in the house. Then I hear the chandelier in the foyer quake, and at this point I'm on high alert thinking, oh shit. Despite Jake fooling around this night, he was a relatively goody-goody, and I had never heard him say the F word, but he immediately screams, "Turn it the fuck off!" I slam my laptop shut, and all 4 of us run directly to the back doors, which are 10 feet away from us. As we're running, we hear a loud thud, 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 as if someone is punching the basement crawling from underneath us. It sounded like someone or something was trying to just tear through the floor beneath our feet. We make it outside during this time, and everything in the house goes silent. No more running from upstairs, no more chandeliers swinging, and no more punching ceiling noises from the basement. It's just us in the middle of the open night sky, torn between trying to look away from the house and towards the mountains, but simultaneously checking to see if something was going to run out of the house. The house was dead quiet, as if nothing ever happened, and we were all gazing into the house from the backyard. We were probably out in the backyard for 2 minutes in complete silence. I had noticed that Jaden was messaging someone frantically when we were outside, and he looked at me and said, "Michelle told me she was in the house with her drill team friends like 10 minutes ago, but told me she was only kidding, so what in the hell made these noises?" Backstory. Everyone in the small town knew my grandparents were away, so it was common for my friends to just pop in the house whenever, especially the drill team girls because they were some of our close friends. Right after he says this, I look at the other guys and all 3 of them are shedding many tears. All 3 of them were shaken to their core about what had happened. During that 45-second window of pure chaos, we each felt a sense of dread and hopelessness sweep over us. It was 1000% a bad spirit, or a few, that had just been in that house. Well, I have this house for another 6 weeks, and at some point, I'm going to have to go back in there and sleep. So we have to go back in and see what happened. Understandably, they were strongly against this idea, but I felt spiritually strong because of my recent baptism. So I led the way while we single-filedly walked in the house while each of their hands was grappling the person's shirt in front of them. We should go to the basement first, because it's the scariest and most obvious place where the banging noises were coming from, I say. We slowly creep down the basement steps, and I flip on the lights and see that the living room and kitchen were destroyed. The ceiling fan was laying on the ground, and at initial glance had looked like it was ripped straight off the ceiling. There were broken shards of glass and wood chips from the chaos scattered about the room. Now I'm thinking, how in the hell am I going to explain this to my family? Then we decided to search the rest of the house. The only other inexplicable thing was that the master bedroom's closet light was turned on, which we didn't ever turn on. That same night, I decided to go to bed in my room while the guys slept downstairs because I was on this spiritual high and felt safe. But my friends each felt like they had uninvited the spirits from their sexual endeavours earlier that night. So they all slept in the living room downstairs. Jake woke up the next morning and had a nightmare about a little girl standing in the living room watching them sleep. But Jake loves scary things, so we never really knew whether he was being truthful about that dream or not. He's an extremely honest person, but he loves overhyping these types of things, so I never knew what to make of that dream. Fast forward to that weekend. My grandparents came over after my grandparents' radiation treatment because I told them what happened. They're somewhat religious, but not church fanatics, so they weren't sure what to believe at first. But they knew I wasn't a liar, and so they took my story as truth. I walked downstairs to the basement with my grandparents, and my grandpa bent to a knee to look at the ceiling fan's wiring and said, "This was cut perfectly across. Someone did this intentionally. This didn't fall out of the ceiling." Since that day, it only furthered my testimony of a God and of an evil. As of 2016, I've started to have weekly recurring variations of a dream, where I'm in that house with a dark presence. I honestly might go to therapy after talking to my wife about it, as it seems to have caused lingering PTSD in some type of form for me. I'll be grateful for that night, because it caused one hell of a story, and an everlasting best friendship with those three guys. What are your thoughts? Do you think the silhouettes on the stairs from earlier that night were the same spirits that messed with us? Or do you think they were simply just shadows? Okay, so this had to be in about 2001 or 2002, when I was about 10 years old. I had the stomach flu and had been throwing up on and off for the whole day. At this point, it was about 1 to 3 a.m, and I was in the bathroom throwing up, fully awake with the lights on. As I was mid-sickness, I must have had the feeling of being watched because I turned and looked behind me towards the doorway. When I turned around, I saw who I immediately thought was my mom, staring at me with a blank expression. I tried explaining that I was sick and throwing up, but she didn't respond. This was very unlike my mom, so I started to freak out a little. I thought maybe she was sleepwalking. As I looked closer at her face, I realized she was extremely pale, almost soulless looking. She wasn't blinking and was leaning against the door frame, just staring at me with a blank, cold expression. As a 10-year-old, I was mortified and ran as fast as I could past her. I hid under my covers for the rest of the night, literally petrified that my mother was now a ghost zombie. I must have dozed off eventually, and to my relief, my actual mom woke me up that morning. I distinctly remembered the ghost mom wearing these pink PJs my actual mom had, with little cows on them. When I told my mom about the experience, she told me she didn't have those PJs anymore, and that I must have been dreaming. I'm almost certain this was not a dream. Even stranger is that when I told my aunt this story, she told me a story about seeing my mom in the same house, but in pitch black when she was making a bottle for my then newborn cousin. Same blank stare, same non-responsive creepiness.
During 2019, when I was 24, still living at my mother's house near West Covina, California, my mother and stepfather used to sleep early, since they would have to wake up around 4 or 5 a.m. for work every day. We lived in a 3-room house in which they had the far left room and I took the room at the end of the hallway, to the right-hand side of the house, and the other room was a spare bedroom where people can crash for the night. I would come home a bit late sometimes and wouldn't make it back home till where my mother was asleep, or just about to sleep when I would go to the gym. During one particular week, a couple months before I moved out from living with my mother, I had some unexplained things happen. I came back home to the gym tired as hell. It was around 11ish, usually the time when my mother would be asleep, or about to start getting stuff ready for her work day a bit before. When I walked in, I heard walking in the kitchen going into the spare bedroom, where there is a door to go into the spare bedroom. I started following it because I thought it was my mother, and also because I always used to walk that way, because there are two doors in the spare bedroom, one going to the kitchen and one leading to the hallway, that also connects my room and my mom's room, so it would be more quiet since it's closer to my room. When I finally get to the doorway transitioning from kitchen to spare room, the footsteps stop, and I'm also in complete darkness, and when they stopped, I also noticed my mom and stepdad's loud, but nothing out of the ordinary, snoring. That's when it dawned on me that it was no one I knew or no one there to be making walking noises. Keep in mind, the house has old wooden floors, so you can hear every step super loud, except for the tiles in the kitchen. But even in the kitchen, I heard the walking going to the spare room. After I told my mother this, she told me it was weird, because around the same week when she was home and I was at work, and my stepdad was on his way back from work, and she was alone, she heard a loud sound like someone threw something hard against the floor. When she went into my room, which I didn't like her doing in general, she checked my whole room because she was freaked out. Nothing was on the floor or nothing fell. When it was around 1 or 2 in the morning, I heard a kid in a little kid's voice say, "Hello?" One day, which scared me so bad, I didn't sleep at all that night. After those incidents, since my room was at the back corner of the house facing the backyard, keeping in mind my stepdad's house has a huge backyard, I would hear a bunch of walking noises and noises of my stepdad's old fence that would surround the house. I cannot explain how these things happened, and it still sends shivers down my spine a bit as I think about it. And I could just be a skeptic, which in some ways I am, but I heard this stuff clear as day, so it has me scratching my head. What do you all think? I grew up in the Midwest, Ohio to be more specific. The town, village as we grew up calling it, was not large by any means, around 40 to 50 people at the most. During this time, my family didn't have the internet or cable TV. Cell phones were just starting to become mainstream, the mid-90s era, and as such, entertainment was mostly chores or roaming the surrounding area exploring. My house was backed by fairly dense woods. There was a steep decline with a relatively flat wooded area where a creek ran through. This creek wasn't very deep, waist deep in certain areas, but mostly knee or ankle deep, but it was wide. Growing up, I lived in those woods, hiking up and down the creek, mapping the woods, exploring a few long abandoned and collapsed houses that nature reclaimed. I lived and breathed nature, and those woods were my home away from home. My father grew up in that area. My aunt, uncle and cousins lived just next door, and it was a pretty close-knit community. Naturally, everyone has ghost stories about their hometown. A haunted house, a tragedy of some sort that remains a stain on its history. My village was no different. My father would always tell stories about ghosts or abnormal happenings he experienced in his youth. One thing he would always tell me when I told him I was going into the woods was, "The trees may not walk about or talk, but they do see and remember." I always thought of that as him saying, "Don't be stupid out there." My first encounter with the people of the woods, which is what I always called them, was when I was on one of my daily excursions into the wild green. It was mid-July and it was hot and humid. I stuck mostly to the creek as it was cool, and I didn't have to battle my way through thick undergrowth. I hiked approximately 2 miles along the creek, hunting for crawdads, crawfish, and looking for signs of deer, rabbit, or the fabled albino squirrel. I kept travelling and eventually arrived at a relatively open field that had waist-high grass. And I frequently stopped here to gather wild blackberries, rest, and spook the few white-tailed deer bedded in the area. But that day was different. As I drew closer to the field, I noticed someone standing in the field. Instinctively, I slowed down, lowered my posture, and tried to minimize my noise. I wasn't used to seeing someone out this far into the woods. The nearest house to that location was about 1.5 miles through thick undergrowth and fairly steep ravines to climb. As I hugged the bank of the creek, I moved to the edge of the open field, slowly peeking up over the tall grass to see if they were still there. Nothing. I thought that perhaps they saw or heard me trudging through the creek and instinctively ducked too. I wasn't about to find out, so I turned around and headed back home, all 2.5 miles back. I was more aware of my surroundings and far more cautious of my sound as I moved, avoiding walking in the creek to prevent the sloshing of water to give me away. As I crept through the branches, jutting out into the bank of the creek, I made my way to another area I was familiar with. A small game trail ran through here, and it would cut my time and distance back home a good bit. The only downside was it was pretty overgrown to either side, and portions had thick thorn bushes. The entire time I trekked back, I felt as if I'm being watched. I never felt endangered or vulnerable to being attacked, but I could feel eyes on me. I was uneasy the entire time I followed the game trail, routinely stopping and listening to determine if I could hear footsteps or if I was being followed. Still, nothing. I made it about halfway back home when I saw in the corner of my eyes a figure standing a short distance away. But as I moved my eyes in the direction of the figure, they seemed to just meld into the foliage. I thought maybe my paranoia was making me see things, so I just continued on. A few 100 feet more, I again saw another figure, this time further away out of my peripheral vision. And again, as I looked in that direction, they'd meld back into the background. But this time it happened twice. As I looked and the figure disappeared, another appeared again in my peripherals, closer, but still a ways away. The entire time I never felt to be in danger. Creeped out, yes, but I never felt like whatever was there was nefarious in intent. This continued on for the remainder of my time, making my way back home, but the more it happened, the less I felt afraid of the figures. Even going as far as saying out loud, "I know you're there. I don't know what you want, but I'm not here to cause trouble." Eventually, I made it back to my backyard and I turned around to face the woods to see if they were there, but nothing was there. My father was next to his shed burning some cut grass in the backyard. I walked over to him to tell him what I experienced, and before I could say a word, he looked at me and with a slight grin said, "I see you saw them too." I guess I had the look of terror written on my face. Without even missing a beat, he put down the hoe he was using to stoke the fire, walked past me to the wood line, and pulled out the can of dip he had in his pocket. He opened it, took a pinch out, and placed it on a stone that was jutting out from the ground and walked back. I asked what he did, and he said he gave them an offering. He began explaining what he meant by the trees see and remember, that it was important that we respect nature whenever we enter her domain, and give an offering in return when we take things from her. Otherwise, she just may not let us back out. He gave me the can of dip and said what I saw were what he believed were spirits of Native Americans, keeping watch over their former land. I didn't really know what they were at the time, but I followed suit with what my dad did whenever I made my way back into the woods. I always left an offering, and although I still did see them from time to time, I never felt like I was ever in danger, and I always made sure to respect them. If they appeared in my peripherals, I would travel in the opposite direction, apologizing for any transgressions. My cousins and many people in my village all were aware of their existence, and just kind of gave them a wide berth whenever they appeared. I was oblivious to their existence, but when I learned of them and experienced them, a whole lot of people opened up about them, about some of the history of the town. It was an interesting experience. I worked in a detention facility that I will call the Upstate, for the sake that although I do not currently work there anymore, I still have friends there. We had a particular pod that was overflow for solitary confinement, 23-hour lockdown with 1 hour of free time. This unit was fairly dark, quite aside from the occasional inmates screaming expletives at the detention officers as they walked by every 30 minutes or so, conducting a security tour. I feel it's important to describe the pod setup, as it is unique to the other 3 pods on that floor. The pod was set up to hold 80 inmates, with partition walls separating every 20 rooms or so. The portion of the pod where the inmates were held were 2 floors. The upper floor was more of a mezzanine with a simple guardrail and a single set of stairs leading up to it. There was no cage or fence preventing anyone from jumping over the rail and experiencing a 20-foot drop to suddenly stop onto the concrete floor below. This is important for later. The pod itself was generally rather dark, cold, and mostly dead silent. The atmosphere was pretty depressing, even just for us officers. With that being said, it shouldn't be too surprising that the pod was notorious for suicide attempts and a few successes. When COVID had made its way to the States, we ended up converting the unit to a quarantine unit for violent crimes or crimes against the minor. All of those solitary confinement inmates were either transferred to the Special Housing Units, SHU, pronounced SHU, had their cases re-examined by our in-house judge, or dropped entirely. The COVID pandemic was an interesting time to work in a jail. After the transition took place, all of the violent criminals and gang-affiliated crimes against children inmates would be required to be quarantined in this pod for 2 weeks, before being transferred to another part of the jail to await trial. In August of 2020, roughly 5 p.m, I relieved the day shift officers on the pod. At that time, it was our policy that out of the 20 rooms in the 4 separated sections of the pod, only 4 inmates were to be allowed out of their 1 hour of free time. The inmates could use this time to shower, call out from the phones in the common area, watch TV, or utilize the outside recreation area. I and one other officer from my shift conducted our mandatory guard tour of all 4 sections. We decided that it would be ideal that I take 2 sections and my officer take the other 2 to split the workload. My tour was rather uneventful. However, my partner claimed that on his tour, he overheard an inmate talking to his assumed mother in a rather irate and panicked voice. Neither one of us really thought of anything of it, as he wasn't saying anything to be of concern, but as it came close for that particular group to go back to their rooms, so the next group of 4 inmates could come out, we observed this inmate walk up the stairs and stand in front of his room, facing the officers' station. After about a minute of standing there staring at us officers from the 2nd floor, I keyed the intercom system for that section to inform him that free time was over, and he needed to enter his room, so I could pop out the next group for their free time. After I finished saying what I said, this inmate climbed the guardrail and stood on the topmost rung of the rail, and proceeded to jump headfirst onto the concrete floor below. Me and the officer I was working the pod with bolted into the section where the inmate jumped, notifying both our superiors and the medical staff for a 1089 suicide attempt in the process. When we entered the section, not only did we not see a body, but the room with the open door was completely empty. Both me and the fellow officer I worked with looked at each other in sheer confusion, because we'd both seen this happen. About 8 minutes housed on the 2nd floor were going wild, screaming that a man jumped. At this time, of the 20 rooms, only 11 were occupied for that section. That makes 10 people who watched a man who looked just as real as anyone I've ever met climb the rail and jump. None of the people on the bottom floor seen anything, but the 8 on the 2nd floor witnessed it. When my lieutenant and the medical staff arrived, both me and the other officer were running around the pod, trying to find where this man went. About 45 minutes of trying to explain to my lieutenant and the medical staff of what we witnessed, and interviewing the 8 inmates who seen it, my lieutenant finally agreed to roll back the cameras for that section. In the video, there was no one at the phones, despite clearly seeing my partner look at the phone, pause, and carry on as if he was looking at someone. The camera only had what appeared to be a very faint orb-like object move from the phones up the stairs, and it disappeared near the opened door. When we rolled the video back further to the day shift, they released 3 inmates and the empty room door opened as well, but no one exited. When we went back and looked at the metal sheet, a sheet we had at the officer station cataloguing the rooms that were occupied, the room was blank. When we investigated further, an inmate accused of raping an 8-year-old boy was housed in that same exact room. This inmate was also known to be frequently use the phones to call his mother and get into heated arguments over money. This inmate committed suicide in the exact same manner over 4 years prior on that exact time. To this day, it remains the most compelling proof of hauntings to me. I refuse to ever work that post again for the remainder of my time working there, and pretty much everyone who has worked that post has had varying degrees of paranormal activities. Empty rooms having their doors open despite no one actually unlocking the door. Voices, screams, and the showers turning on randomly. December 25th, 2021 marks a special day to many, as well as few. To most, it may be the celebrated birth of the world's saviour. To the children, an excuse to beg for that one expensive toy every kid in America has to have next year. But to me, this was my fiance's, let's call her R, first year together, but mostly my dad's birthday. Born Christmas of 1955 and passing August 21st, 2012. He would have been 66 had he still been here, but I guess life is a flower bed, and the Almighty One always picks the prettiest flowers first. For the past 3 years since I've really picked up an interest in the paranormal, I've made many attempts to make contact with them. Most at night, others during the day, but all attempts seemed futile. It didn't matter. Witching hours seemed to do nothing in my attempts beside bring forth negative spirits, and groups often felt threatening presences, opposed to the kinder ones of other families buried in the graveyard. 3 years of hopelessly searching for my dad's spirit on top of another 6. 9 years total just missing the man. I thought his spirit was lost to time, with the exception of mine and other families' memories. Until tonight. After an action-packed day of Christmas celebration between my family and that of my fiancée, the night finally wound down. I was exhausted. I'm not too far off, but I had one order of business left to attend. I still want to share a drink with Dad for his birthday. The plan was to get a couple shooter bottles of Jack Daniels, since that was his whiskey of choice, according to my brothers. Spend a few minutes at his grave and mourn as I saw fit. Since I had R with, I figured I may as well introduce the two of them. No better time than the present. To my surprise, before leaving, my brothers gave me a 12-pack of Budweiser. It was probably cold, but it wasn't by the time it reached my hands. Oh well, lukewarm beer is better than a hot one, I suppose. Plus, Dad liked Budweiser too, from what I understood, so hopefully he won't complain too much. We take all back roads to the graveyard. It's about 8:30, and the headlights from my Ranger soon become nothing more than lanterns in an abyss of darkness, as rural homes and light posts become empty fields and moonlight. 15 minutes later, and my old short bed rattle fords up the cemetery drive, parking in front of the threshold. I know it's dark, but once I kill the lights in the engine, it's pitch in the cab and a little chilly in the air. I saw fog on the roads leading to the cemetery. There's got to be something active. I can feel it. Before crossing, I announce myself. These spirits are familiar with me. The active ones I know are since this also served as the location for my first confirmed paranormal experience as an adult. I say my name, explain who R is, ending with, I mean no harm. She's with me. I'm just here to have a beer with my dad. And cross the threshold. I navigate past the headstones, careful not to step on anyone purposely. We reach Dad's grave and I verbally introduce Dad to R, talking briefly about him before cracking open a beer, holding it to his direction and saying, Happy birthday, Dad. This one's for you. Drinking half the beer and pouring the other half for him. Not long after, I'm in R's arms, grieving for about 5 minutes while I lose myself in memories.
I noticed she's fidgeted a bit more than usual, so after the song I was playing ends, I say my goodbyes and head to the truck with her in tow, before either my paranoia or the wrong spirit kills me. Either way, I had my gut feeling to wrap things up. As we drive home, R tells me she had noticed a few interactions, asking if insects were active. It's December in the Midwest. It feels like October, but it isn't operating as such. Obviously, I say no. To which she explained felt like a grazing pinch almost. I almost chalk it up to one of the more mischievous spirits, until she asks where Dad used to pinch at when joking around. I tell her, usually around the wrist or forearm. Her response, "You're joking with me." I'm shocked and start thinking of other explanations and other hints she got. The one that definitely confirmed my thoughts, or so I believe, was while I was mourning. I had my head on her shoulder. She was standing diagonal to Dad's grave with her left side to him. She felt something almost comfort her, like a parental force. She also noticed her hair messed up, a small tug to let her know something was there before trying to push it behind her ear. When I heard this, I began crying again. I recognized that from my childhood, even the pinch she mentioned. This was all stuff Dad did to me as a kid, so to know he's still doing that reassured me he's alright in a sense, and he's heard me every time I went to him for advice. It's a closure I've looked for quite some time, just never thought I'd feel it. Guess this means I should plan a visit with him more often. What do you think? About 9 years ago, I lived in an apartment in a tourist town in Colorado. Kind of an old miners' town that's popular both with the locals of the nearby city and tourists. It sits in a nice valley at the base of a popular mountain with a lovely little downtown, and it's just an overall delightful place to live. The apartment was the main floor of an old building, with about 4 units in the main building. According to Google, it was built in 1909. It wasn't in the best shape, and wasn't one of the pretty Victorian buildings also around, but it was an affordable way to live in a lovely town. The unit itself was pretty odd, I think more so than the other ones in the building. It had an ancient brick fireplace that didn't work because the chimney was removed to build above it and had wood panelling on the walls. The weirdest part for sure was that in the kitchen, in between the fridge and the shelving, was a door in the wood panelling. It was just a cutout in the panelling itself, so it wasn't apparent unless you were looking for it, because it had no knob and instead had only a latch for a padlock. You had to step up to go outside, and then inside was a dirt floor and unfinished brick walls and just wood beams on the ceiling. It sloped gradually upwards towards the back, so if you wanted to get to the very back, you'd have to crawl on your stomach in the dirt. Yeah, I never did that. There was a bare light bulb on the ceiling with a switch, but the back stayed dark. By the way, this room was in the middle of the whole house. It seemed like a cellar or basement or something, but it sloped upwards towards the middle of the house. Just weird. We used it for storage, but for the most part avoided it because it was so odd. We found a few animal bones and straps hanging from the pipes inside, like something had been tied up. Also found a few newspapers from the 60s, and even a few old kids' drawings. Let me say first of all that I'm typically a skeptic until given proof that can't be explained any other way. I've been fascinated by the paranormal most of my life, but nearly all evidence I've ever seen for most paranormal things seems easily dismissible with other explanations. My mum and I used to stay overnight at an authentic haunted house every Halloween for years when I was a kid, and I never saw anything compelling no matter how much I wanted to. So the apartment was technically 2 bedrooms, but both bedrooms were tiny, and you had to go through one to get to the other. So my roommates ended up preferring to sleep on the couch. This didn't bother me, and worked out fine for us because we were really close. I can't remember the exact order of things that happened, but most of it focused on her. She woke up with 3 scratches on her back a couple of times.
Often she would get them on her arms when she would reach down to get something off the floor, in front of the couch. Once it happened to me. I was sitting on the couch and went to move to sit in the chair across from it while I talked to my roommate. It was summer, so I was in shorts. I sit with my legs up on the seat usually, so I moved and pulled my legs up when I felt burning on the back of my calf. I had 3 scratches on my calf that were bleeding slightly. I had only moved a couple feet and didn't feel anything before that. The scratches were fresh. This only ever happened near the couch. There was activity in the kitchen where the storage room was. My roommate would regularly hear footsteps in the kitchen when she was falling asleep. I brushed it off as just her dreaming or hearing the neighbours or the house creaking. But I heard it once when we were up late talking. I asked, "What the hell is that?" Genuinely afraid. She said it was what she was talking about and that she heard it most nights. It was definitely in the kitchen and had unmistakable footsteps. I never heard it any other time. My roommate also couldn't use the kitchen lights. This was a weird one. She offhandedly mentioned that the ceiling light in the kitchen didn't work. I was confused and asked if the bulb went out, and she said, no, it's never worked. Like it was obvious. I got up to show her and turned it on. It went on fine. A little later, we were talking about it, and she went to flip it on, and it didn't work. I got up to see, and no joke, when she turned around to face me, it turned on. I told her, and it went off again as she turned back towards it. Problems with other electronics also happened pretty often. My roommate has been vegan pretty much her whole life because she doesn't really like meat. She would even take the hot dogs out of a pigs in a blanket when she was a kid. One week she started craving red meat. We were buying package after package of roast beef deli meat that she ate straight out of the bag. This one could potentially have been a hormone thing or something, but it was definitely weird. Never happened again. We both struggle with anxiety and depression, but hers got significantly more severe as well. She slept a lot and had trouble working. This wasn't exactly a new problem for her, but it definitely got worse. I do tarot readings for myself for clarity. Yes, I'm a skeptic by default, but I've been doing tarot since I was a kid, and it always worked for me, so I use it even if I don't know why it works. And one time, I did a reading for another friend that was visiting. As I was laying out the cards, I suddenly got really emotional and upset. Looking at the cards with how I was feeling, I just remember thinking, this isn't a reading for my friend anymore. Without looking at the cards any further, I immediately stopped and put the cards away. I felt like something had invaded my body and tried to use my cards to communicate. It was a horrible feeling that has never happened in the decades I've been doing tarot again. Things got worse when we were working on moving out. I mean, it just seemed like we kept hitting roadblocks. We couldn't seem to get everything done in time, and we were rushing like crazy. My mom was helping us. She's an alcoholic. But her drinking became constant and fighting with her became out of control. We couldn't get a handle on anything. About a week before we had to be out, my landlady called me. This was the worst thing that happened, and the thing that sounds most like a cliché horror movie. The voice on the other end was male and very deep. It was talking very angrily in another language, but one I couldn't recognise. Like not even Latin or anything in movies. Totally bizarre sounding. As I went on, it got faster and angrier. At this point I was scared, and my roommate was looking at me, and I could tell she knew what was happening, because she looked horrified just from looking at my face. I think I was covering my mouth from fear. At the end, it just turned into a loud growl that got louder and louder before it cut off. I think I started crying. My landlady called back and apologised and said she was driving through a tunnel. After I left, I had a few people tell me that they heard that town used to have a history of occult and satanic behaviour, which honestly wouldn't surprise me because it's a bit of a hippie town, and there's a thin line between your average hippie occult crystals and tarot stuff and fucking with shit you shouldn't be. Basically, I think whatever we were dealing with was not something that had died or just leftover energy of some kind. I think it was something that had been invited into the house sometime in the past. It seemed to be consciously reacting to us and targeting my roommate intelligently. I found out afterwards that the 3 scratches are supposedly a demon thing. I'm not Christian, so I still scoff at the mocking the Holy Trinity idea, but this definitely didn't feel like something that was natural to this realm. I've also heard that they can utilize energy from electricity to drain people and such. It felt like something that both functioned on instinct, but also was more intelligent and powerful than us, by far. It did feel like being laughed at by something that looked down on us. The whole experience changed my thoughts on a lot of things, and made me a little less quick to assume something to be complete bullshit, just because there's no compelling physical evidence. I have no evidence either, and I don't think I could have gotten it if I tried because, as I said, this thing was smarter than us. It probably wants people to underestimate it.
So basically, when it started, I was like in 4th grade. I was really into things like ghosts and demons and tried to summon demons and spooky shit like that because, whoa, fun. So one night I was sleeping. It was raining pretty heavily before I went to bed, but I woke up and I was basically sweating a lot, and it felt like the entire room was moving while there were just constant clashes of thunder. I mean, it sounds pretty normal, except the fact that I felt like I was being watched constantly while sitting up in my basically experiencing all of this. It wasn't until it stopped that I started to hear music come from my bathroom, which is connected to my room. It was like music box ice cream truck music, and it scared the hell out of me. I tried to go to sleep afterwards, and it stopped, so I thought that was the end of it. So fast forward a few months, and after I get done watching a movie with my parents, I see this little girl kind of look like the girl from The Ring, standing outside the study room window. In our house we have a study room, and she's just still. I went in and I flicked on the lights, and she was just gone from the window. At first, I kind of thought it was an object in the study room reflecting off the window. So I saw her again when I flicked off the light and started to wave my hand in her direction, behind me, but there was nothing indicating reflection into the window. So I just slowly walked out and hid in my room. Weeks after that happened, she was gone from the window, but I constantly saw shadows on the wall looking like her. A few years later, nothing really happens, but I noticed that the room upstairs in the house is always unusually cold. I just chalk up to maybe air conditioning, but even when the high conditioning was hotter in the winter months, it was always stupidly cold in that one room. I also have dogs, and they just refuse to really even go in that room sometimes, especially at night. So yeah, the room is cold as hell, but nothing freaky, so I'm all like, yeah, that's Jeffrey, kind of giving a name to the strange happenings. So nothing really happens. Until like 6th grade. So I was talking to my friends one night, and I was kind of just telling them about all the strange stuff that happened. It's like 12 AM, so no one in my house is up. The really cold room door is open, and my room door is open. So I kind of gaze at the door to the room, and kind of just like, oh, there's nothing there. But then again, I do feel like I'm being watched. So I shut my room door. Next thing I know, I start hearing thumps and footsteps that are really just kind of heavy on my carpet upstairs. And I start to get a little nervous. So I open my room door and I just gaze at that room for a second. And I just feel this brush of cold air in front of my face. So naturally, I slam the door shut and step back to go get some of my black salt. I start sprinkling it around my room and everything. And I just sit there and wait. I still hear loud noises outside my room door and everything, and I'm just telling my friends what I'm hearing, and they're all like, make sure your door's enclosed and that your light is on. That's already done. So I just sit there and they tell me to just take my mind off it, even though that was really hard. Back then,
I occasionally got taps on my window like someone was asking to be let in, but that was really an occurrence when said creepy girl was still in the window. So after that night, it just doesn't happen anymore, but I make sure to keep that room door shut, kind of saying like, oh sorry Jeffrey, but you can't come out. And it's still hella abnormally cold around that room and in that room. The most recent occurrence was maybe like 6 months ago, but I just remember what the hell I was seeing at that moment. So I was upstairs, my mom put my sisters to bed and opened that room door after putting some toys away. I obviously kind of just nervous about closing the room door, maybe like a few hours later. It's like 2 a.m. and I'm chilling out in my room and I decide to go on a snack run. I find that the door I closed is open. I chalk it up to my sisters, even though I haven't heard their door open or close. It's loud and creaky as hell. So I just kind of shut it and then went downstairs to get some snacks to bring back. I get upstairs with my snacks and the door is just open and the light is on. And I'm just very off put by this. So I turn off the light, shut the door and make sure I shut it well. And then I go to my sister's rooms and they're just dead asleep. So I'm like, and I went back to my creeped out and kind of scared. And so again, I chalk it up to Jeffrey and just like go back to chilling while eating. I start hearing more and more random noises coming from outside my door and well, I go get the little black salt I have remaining and just sprinkle it around my room like I did that one time. Now I'm a little less scared, so I just go back to the chilling despite being creeped out of my mind. I told my mom about it and she's just like, oh, that's weird. Yeah, from now on, I keep that door shut forever at night. Seven years back, my dad, along with his two brothers, decided that they would collectively build a 3-story building. So we were searching for rented houses to live in. His two brothers found their respective rented houses, but since they're so far away from the location of our building which is being constructed, they asked my dad to find a nearby house, since he needs to regularly check whether the builders and their workers are doing their job right or not. In my country, they're not trusted. After a while, we finally found it. Its owners were very kind. Husband and wife living alone on the first floor. They gave the ground floor. In it there's 3 rooms. First 2 rooms are quite near connected by a single bathroom, but the 3rd room is the last corner of the house. My parents and I occupied the first 2 rooms, while my sister occupied the 3rd room. First of all, that 3rd room always remained quite cold, as compared to the other rooms, we deduced. Maybe it's due to not proper sunlight entering into the room. After 2 to 3 months in that house, a series of terrible things started happening to us. My mom got diagnosed with tuberculosis. She later slips into depression. My sister experienced intense sleep paralysis in that room multiple times. One of the most horrifying ones happened to her as this. My dad always used to wake up at my sister at 5 a.m. for her college. She used to have to leave the home at 6:30 for a college bus. So that day, she felt that someone had touched her to wake her up. She thought it was Dad. So she did, but when she saw no one and saw the time, it was around 4 a.m., she thought it was her mistake on her part. So she slept again, but this time, she wasn't being able to move her entire body, and she saw a black figure coming towards her. Then she felt like that black figure was trying to choke her breathing. After minutes of struggle, she became normal and ran to my parents' room. As everyone said, it's normal sleep paralysis. I started to sleep with her. But I started to get horrible nightmares there, like me killing myself in dreams. Sometimes I woke up at midnight and I felt intense goosebumps and sort of constant vibration, like my body is indicating something is not right there. We abandoned that room after that day and used to start sleeping with my parents. Some months before shifting to our newly constructed home, my father got diagnosed with prostate cancer. He died last month. And I swear to God, we never felt scared, uneasy in our new house. Due to college work, I used to study at even odd hours like 1 a.m. or 3 a.m. But I never felt any sort of goosebumps ever.
Even the sleep paralysis that my sister got in that home never occurred to her ever again here. I told this experience to my relatives, and they say there was really something wrong with that house, while some dismiss it as just a series of bad events. What do you guys think about it? I've only told this experience to a handful of friends, but it happened to me twice as a child while I was home with my mother. My father was in the military and was often at TDY when this happened. Our house is a 2-story building with 2 bedrooms, and the kitchen is on the 2nd story. A guest bedroom, my mother's sewing room at the time, and the bathroom is on the 1st floor. The first time it happened, I remember my mom being in the kitchen sewing, as I was with her watching and learning how to use it in the future. During the break of the loud machine, we heard a very distinct child crying downstairs on the 1st floor. It was pretty late in the day, and our neighbours all had kids around my age. I believe I was 7 to 10. Sorry, it's been so long since this happened. I remember a chill running up my spine and my mom going silent. I looked at her and she said, "Don't worry, it's the neighbours' kids." The second time it happened, we were once again upstairs in the kitchen. I was now in middle school, so 12 or 13. Our neighbours were throwing a party. They were some big, fancy hockey players for the Alaska team. So all we could hear was the muffled sounds of music and people drunkenly chatting away next door. But again, clearly and loudly coming from our 1st floor, we heard a child crying. This time my mum looked at me and panicked. What was that? And I remember looking at her and telling her, "The neighbours are throwing a party. They must have a baby." I don't know why I said that when we both knew exactly that the cries were in the house. They were never muffled, and our windows were never open because it was always around winter. To this day, I don't know what it was. I still live in the house, but my room has now moved to the 1st floor. I don't feel anything ominous or eerie, but sometimes I always wonder what it was, and it's never happened again since. I've thought my house has been haunted for a long time, but recently it's been getting to me a lot more. I've had a few experiences. Normally they'd be pretty big ones, but always happened few and far between. My family lives on an old farm, 15.5 acres, pretty big with forests and a very nice place with 3 main barns. One is the red barn. We built half of it into an actual house and still use part of it for sheep. It's the newest barn in the area. The black barn, very old and worn down. We keep extra wood and stuff in there. And lastly, the house barn. The house barn is the oldest, over 500 years old, and when it was built, it used absolutely no nails. That was just for setting up the area. Now on to what I think has been decently active activity. The first encounter I had was a few years ago. It was pretty late and I was about to go to sleep from watching a movie. I looked over onto the other couch across from me for the controller and watched it turn from horizontal to vertical and face me. It moved incredibly slowly and just odd. Nothing I can really think of that was a large event happened before what I think is the biggest one I've had. I had been trying to sleep. Only my mum was home and I knew she hadn't left her room when I heard someone try to open my door. Like they had been rattling with the knob. My door doesn't shut properly or lock and was easily able to be pushed open. Then, in my mum's voice and perfectly monotone, I hear, "Help, help me." That's what got to me, and suddenly it just stopped. I hear heavy footsteps walking around, lights turn on after I know I'd left them off, dogs barking at nothing and getting bad vibes, or suddenly getting super cold in one area. With the history of our farm, I'd have to assume that maybe it's an Amish spirit who died working on the farm. But I also have neighbours just down our old gravel road, who I happen to be friends with one of the kids. And their older sister is an occultist and has done many spells in their house. And recently, she apparently let something loose. My main worry
is that this could be evil or a type of mimic, as it seems to be attached to my mom, who's heard her name be called throughout the house when she's alone or in bed. And no one lives at my house calls her by a name. We just say Mom. I've heard many coyotes almost truly right outside my window, yet the dogs never bark, which makes me think they might be scared of it. I honestly don't know. I'd like to figure it out and see if there's even one spirit here or any at all. I'm pretty paranoid about these sort of things and don't want anything to happen and will be very open to suggestions. The first ever encounter I had with the spirits was in my living room. It was late at night around 1 AM and I was sleeping on the couch. I had just painted my room, so my mom didn't want me to sleep and breathe in all the paint fumes. I was just about to head to sleep when something extremely scary happened. I took my glasses off, making everything really blurry, and I turned my face towards the back of the couch. I closed my eyes and directly behind me I hear Maddie, which is my name, in a little girl's voice, whispering clear as day. Keep in mind, I have 2 younger sisters and a little cousin that I live with. I turn around, not being able to really see, and say yes, thinking one of my sisters was right there trying to talk to me. To my surprise, no one was there. I quickly put my glasses on and once again say yes, hello, and no one was there. I was really scared and hid under my blankets and grabbed my phone and soon realized something even weirder happened. My sister, who's the heaviest sleeper I know, texted me at the exact time I heard the voice. I still have the message on my phone from her that reads, "Are you awake?" I answer it with my hands shaking and type, "Was that you?" And she goes, "What?" And I realize it wasn't her and tell her to quickly come downstairs to the living room. She meets me down on the couch and turns on the light. I tell her everything that happened, and I begin to wonder why she was even up. So I asked, and she gave me a chilling response. She said, "I'm not sure, but I got woken up by something and got this weird feeling that something was wrong, so I decided to text you." I asked if talking woke her up, and she said no. That part really freaked me out. After that, several things happened involving this spirit. Everyone in my house has had encounters with her, even my mom, who doesn't believe in anything. One time, my grandma, who I also live with, told me that at around 3 to 4ish in the morning, she got woken up by my little cousin, who was maybe 7 at the time, was talking to herself and laughing. My grandma said she asked her why she was laughing and talking. My cousin said she was playing with her friend, Rosie. We found out that my cousin was communicating with the spirits. Another time my grandma had woken up really, really late to the sound of my TV blasting church and biblical music in my room. What's crazy is 1, I wasn't even home, I was at a sleepover. 2, I never even watched TV ever, so there's no way my TV would be on and volume 100. 3, my door is always shut because I have a pet bird, so there's no way the dogs or cats could have jumped on the remote. 4, I would never have my TV on a church music channel. My grandma said she thought she was dead because of the music. I have so many stories, but these are a few of the crazy ones. I don't get good vibes from that spirit, which is why I think it's a spirit in disguise as a little girl. So typically when I hear the word ghosts or anything related to the paranormal, I immediately tend to think about a close encounter of mine that happened when I was a young boy. I don't fully remember how old I was, nor exactly where in America it took place, but I can still vividly remember the key details that have made me believe in the paranormal itself. I very clearly remember the family and I were going out to eat for dinner. So this event quite possibly happened around 5 to 7 o'clock in the evening. Back then, we rarely had time to go to a restaurant to eat, so the thought of going out for food excited me enough to get ready as fast as possible. Thus, I was the first and only one ready to go waiting right beside the front door, impatiently waiting for the rest of my families to get ready. Now, to make this story more understandable, I believe it's important that you understand the basic layout of the front of the house so that you can better visualize the scene. I myself was at the front door, however, I was looking in the general area of the stairs. The front door was to my left, and behind me was a wall that led to the other part of the house. However, from my perspective, it went about 3 yards angling acutely to the left, then opened up to a living room. In front of me was a staircase that had a slight curve to it, and directly under the top of the staircase was a bathroom that had 2 separate rooms, one for the toilet and another for the sink. To the left of the front door was a wall that had a big window that looked out into the front yard. Now that the boring stuff is done, we can move along to the good part. I had maybe waited there next to the door for around 5 minutes or longer when a sound interrupted my thoughts. At first, I was merely confused and thought I had simply imagined the sound, but alas, the same sound rang out. The sound of a heavy boot hitting the floor of the unlit bathroom. It started from the very back of the bathroom, and every 2 seconds that passed, another low but loud thud echoed from that bathroom. Oddly enough, all the other lights were on, but a sense of dread filled me when I looked into the bathroom. I first thought that perhaps one of my siblings came down was trying to scare me. However, I didn't see anyone come down the stairs. After 2 to 3 heavy footsteps came a different sound. A sound of someone breathing like they're gasping for air almost. Each footstep along with this uncomfortable breathing became louder as the noise got closer to the entrance of the bathroom. Feeling slightly panicked, I did what most people might consider stereotypical, and I called out. Hello? After that, the footsteps had reached the sink. With the gaspy breaths continuing, I audibly heard the sink turn on with the sound of someone washing their hands with soap and water. This feeling of dread got worse and worse by the minute, but I was young, fresh to the world, and had not yet understood the natural order of things, or perhaps the unnatural things. After 5 seconds of hearing it wash its hands, I once more called out, Hello? Without warning, the sink slammed shut, and the footsteps began to make their approach to the door. With the sounds increasing in my head to the point where I was covering my ears with my hands, I grew terrified of what may be in the bathroom. So I ran up the stairs, not once daring to look at the bathroom door. Well, to my surprise, I came upon the room where everyone was preparing to go out, only to see everyone still there. That night, I slept with as much light as I could and told no one about it for a while. I'd like to say it was nothing, but that event has remained a prominent experience in my life. I don't expect people to believe me, nor am I looking to make anyone believe, however. It was more of a less you had to be there kind of a thing to understand it. I hope you got some sort of entertainment out of my little story, even if it may have plenty of mistakes, because I'm by no means a writer. Keep safe, everyone. Before I get to the meat of it, anyway, my dog recently died. It was a tragic event for me and my partner. Misha, the dog, died in my arms in my office, where we all spend most of our time, dog included. I tried everything I could to bring her back, but her little heart gave out. I just guess it was her time to rest. This was last Monday, 6 days ago. Since then, it's been really tough for me and my partner. We're gradually getting better with dealing with loss, but sometimes the house feels so empty. The experience happened Christmas Eve night. We were sitting in my office watching Netflix, whilst my partner ate a pizza I had cooked for her. She finished with the pizza, but left some crusts and stuff as always. Usually she passes the plate to me to give the crusts to Misha, but this time she just passed it to place it on my desk to take it downstairs after the episode had finished. On instinct, I almost placed the plate on the floor for Misha to grab the leftovers, but I stopped myself with a knot in my throat after remembering she wasn't there to finish it off. I placed the plate on my desk whilst thinking, Misha isn't here to do that anymore. And as soon as I placed the plate down, our Wi-Fi controlled lamp flicked off for a second, and then a second later flicked back on. Almost in response, I looked at my partner who had witnessed it too. She gave me the, what the fuck look. I chalked it up to coincidence and suggested we focus on the show. But in all honesty, I spent the remainder of the episode just thinking about the light, which has never once flickered like that in the few years we've had it, and hasn't done it since. I checked the settings and everything seemed normal. I can't find a legitimate reason for the light to have done what it did. After the episode had finished, I picked up the plate to take it to the kitchen, which is where Misha had her food and water bowls, and liked to chill out on her own when she wanted to. Bear in mind that since her passing, I have fully cleaned out the kitchen of the dog things, to make it somewhat easier to deal with being in there. So for the last few days, it had that nice new freshly cleaned smell. Whereas as soon as I opened the door, all I could smell was Misha. Not in a bad way, but it just smelled exactly like it did pre-cleaning. For a moment I forgot she was no longer with us, and expected to see her in her bed, which I soon remembered the bed was no longer there, and neither was she. But the next morning, I went to make coffee, and the smell was no longer there. It smelled just like a fresh, clean kitchen again. Since that night, I've noticed lots of small things like specific floorboards creaking on the upstairs landing that only creak when stepped on. Specifically, one right outside my office door, which Misha used to lay on, waiting for me to open the office door if I was in there with it shut. A few times, I've heard the creak and instinctively gone and opened the door for her to be reminded that she isn't there. There was one occasion where I heard the living room door, which leads to our patio doors, pushed open as if Misha had jumped at it to get my attention to let her out. It's a very recognisable sound. But when I went to check the door, it was still shut. Are these real experiences? Or maybe these things used to happen anyway without us really noticing them, and me and my partner are just missing Misha so much that we're choosing to believe it could be her trying to let us know she's still here. I don't honestly know which one I'd want to be more true.